data for now. Yeah, that's basically it. If you wanted, you can even do lots of things, but this is fine for now. Options. Okay. Yes. See. Perfect. Now let's see our ticket in action. We created our event. We created our booking. Now here, what you can do, you can create a ticket for it. See, and the attendee name. So attendee name, I'll be giving myself as Rahul Agrawal. And now this is actually a full-fledged system where you can track your events, your bookings, and your tickets. But this is completely planned right now, right? I don't want it to be something where someone is sitting on the desk and just typing it like Excel. So now let's automate something. Now we will see that how you can basically send emails and do whatnot. What I want the first or foremost is that as soon as my booking is created, I need to send an email. To send an email, what I can do is I can search for something called notifications. I will search, come here, I will search for notification list. Now, this is what makes it so powerful, that it has these things where you can just ship it out of the box. What I will do is I will add a notification. I will add a notification. The notification will then contain yeah. So the ticket booking confirmation maybe. Booking confirmation. Subject hi. Your booking is confirmed. Sender me if you want to else you will get the alert. So this is basically telling you at which point of time do you want to send an alert. Whenever you create it, whenever you save it. So these are different ways where you can send it. If you want to send reminders, you can set the days before. So what the days before now you will do is it will send the reminder just days before you configure. Like if you want to have reminders, minutes before, after, minutes after, days after, and you can set all of them. Even if this does not satisfy your needs, you can have a custom method where you can send. So I'll just take it for now on C. As soon as the booking is created, send it. It's document type or which document do I need to send it. So for me, it's booking. I'll just take booking. Okay, perfect. I don't think so. I need to send anything else. Recipient. Yeah, recipient I need to see. So remember, we used a user when we were creating a booking. So it is allowing me to select that to whom do you want to send an email. I'll just select booked by and that's it. Now I can just go to email account. You can just set up your emails. I'll just quickly set up mine. And this basically allows you to set up lots and lots of emails. You can check it from here. I'll add a password. The password, I think I wrote it down somewhere. Yep, this one. Oh, okay. Now, what I can do is, I can now send emails from my system. What I can do, if I want to check whether the emails are going or not, I can first of all go to my complex email from my email, right? Because we have emails. Just a moment. Email account, space, email. There we go. Perfect. Yes. Now, what I can do is I can basically go to any of the maybe I'll go to the event, Foss event, right? Now, what I can do is I can come here and then I can send an email to anyone. Click here. Here you have an email. Now I can send an email. Rahul at com, and there you can send. So this is a promotional message or anything. You can have a lots and lots of information, right? You can come and send. See, as soon as you send, you will also get this activity where you can see what all emails have been sent. You can check a log file called as email queue, where you can see there are different queues for email that can be sent. I'll just click on send now, and it will send an email. I'll just show. So there is some setup issue, but yeah, usually this is how it works. Now, After that, see, even if you do all of this, there are still we need to send a notification for a creation of a bouquet. Now let's do that. I will go to a notification. Okay. See, higher booking is confirmed. I created this and I enabled this. Now let's try and check if it's working. I will go to a booking. I have a booking. I will, yes, I'll just add one more booking. Event will be again this. Booked by this time. I will have a new user. That would be at gmail.com. First name is Rahul and see. Okay, perfect. I will add attendees. Attendees for me is again me because I like to attend the events. Age will be 24 and save. Now, as soon as you save, if you go and check the email queue, you will see that an event has been scheduled. Okay, I think notification manager booking. Yes. Okay. It should have been there. Just a second. Send notification for save. Perfect. Go back and it will have booking progressed. I created. I'll just repeat. Yes, see, your notifications are being sent. If you see a notification has been sent, a notification has been sent, and then a user, if it's a valid email, will see. This is how easy it is to set up notifications in Track. Apart from that, what is going on? If you are able to send notifications, right, there might be some way you need to have your ticket to be printed. To print a ticket, what you can do is you can use something called as a print format. And how easy it is, let's see. What I can do is I can search for a print format. A print format. I can add a print format. I'll give it a name. The name of the print format could be Foss or no event ticket ticket print format, right? And then I'll give the document as ticket or ticket. I will take the generator as pro, no, and save. Now, once you do that, you basically have a print format builder ready to use. You can just come see, currently I have a Foss ticket, it will take the doc name. So this uses a Jinja templating where you can have the Jinja and you can add it here and then you can replace it. So kind of like a dynamic way to inject your values here, right? Now, I have only three things as of now, event, attendee, and booking. That's fine for me. Now, what I can do is I can go to any ticket. I'll go to, let us say, event ticket, or it was ticket, was ticket list. This is one of the tickets. I can just come here and then I can basically print it if I want. See, though it does not, I'll just take mine. Yes, so this is basically the print format that I created. You can have all sorts of flashy stuff, but this is the basic that they're scratching. Now, either you can print it from here or you can directly email. I'll just email here, I will email it to someone, and now I can attach the printed document as a ticket print format. Then it will send those tickets directly via the email in a PDF format, and you don't have to do anything. This is one thing that you can do. Apart from it, what else can you do? Now you have your tickets, right? You have your tickets, your booking, your events. But suppose if you want to see a summarized report, right? Like you want to see that how many tickets were sold, how many people attended, and whatnot. To do that, we have something called as reports as well. Let's see what are the reports. I can come here, I can search, for reports. Now, Frappe allows you to have reports as well. See, there are few out of the box. Apart from that, I will add on. The report name will be event details, right? I will use report builder. So report builder is something that allows you to have interactive way. Apart from that, you can use a query report where you can write Python scripts, script report if you are familiar with SQL, and custom report if you are forking any of the custom reports. What I will do is I will go with the report builder, the reference doc type. So everything is a doc type, remember? So what I will do is I will just take the document name. So the name would be event for me, Foss event, and then I will just basically save. Let's see how you can look into it. What I will do is I will click on this show report. It will show currently with it will currently show with this that I have this ID, I have this event name. But I want more details, right? If I want more details, I can just click here, click on pick columns where I can have all of this. So I will see end date, event details, event location, start date, this much. See, so basically now this is one of the reports. If you have lots of data, then you can basically fill it out if you want. Now what you can do is you can basically save it. Save as I will do event details V2. Now this is pretty simple, right? You were able to create reports. Apart from that, you can create very interactive reports as well. But the whole idea is after creating a report, I myself should not come again and again to see this report, right? So what I can do is I can set up an auto email report. So what it will do is it will automatically send me reports every day, every week, every month. And you can even configure that. Let's see how you can do it. To do that, what you can do is you can click on here. You can search for this setup auto email. See, add an auto email. It will automatically take your report. Everything is fetched. Now, here you can set that if you have any new data, send it, or if you want to send it only after the next last X hours, you can do that as well. I will take this email to now you can give your names of the users who will receiving the report. For me, I'll just mail it to me. You can enter the sender, you can select the frequency, daily, weekly, weekly, monthly. I will go with daily. Now you can have your message. This is actually again the registered field. I can say that hi, here is your report, and then save. What it will do is every morning at 12 a.m. it will send you the reports. So this is something that you can do. Okay, you can click on send now. Schedule to send. Email queue. Let's check if we have something. Send. Okay. Some things are sent. Let's check if my email has received any of it. See, I got the report, right? That I can download in the email. Okay, and that too we started just 5 minutes back. I got my ticket that I can check, right? And these are the few things that you can get. Oh, now this were only for sure. Now, this is all the things that you can see with the low code environment, right? Now, what else can you achieve when you go to the customization side of the environment? That is something huge. Now, what you can do is remember we made this module custom. What I can do is I can basically come to attendee and then I'll just add the full data as first name, data as last name. Just one more thing that I want to show and save. Now, what I can do is I can basically come to the settings because everything is there, and then I will just check. What it will do is it will basically create this file in my folder that now I can. Okay. Now here what I can see is I have my apps. Inside that there will be a folder named attendees. I'll just search for attendees. See attendees.py and attendees.json. And now this is where you write your Python code. You can say that yes, candidates, self. What I want to do is take the first name and last name and then combine it to make an attendee. What I will do is I'll take self.attendee name is equal to self dot first name plus self dot last name. Perfect. Save it. Go back and now see if I go to any Foss booking, right? Add event, book by, and if I take for example last week, update, I will add a row. I won't give the attendee name, Rahul, Abdul, and then the age is 24. On save, it did work. So yeah, basically what it will happen is it will then just save itself. Dot save. Let me just once save. Uh, no. Okay. So basically, here once you save it, right, it what it will do is it will automatically populate this fields. So this is the .py file that you see. Apart from that, you can customize this JS as well via. I'll just show the settings, custom uncheck. So what it does is it allows you to customize this forms as well. Suppose if you want to add another custom button here, right? Another custom here as well. What you can do is you can come here and then you can go to source event.js and then here you can add just asking frm dot add custom button arrow and refresh. Yeah, actually here a button will come. So this is all the things that you can do. Apart from that, there are lots and lots of more things that we can discuss, and then I think we will refresh and then
இல்லை ஐ மீன் இது
yeah,
கேமராவோட வியூ
it's
இருக்குல்ல
going
இதுலேயே
to work
டிஸ்பிளே
well.
வர மாதிரி சொல்கிறேன்.
There's one more feature I wanted to tell that if you want to learn a bit more
வந்து
about it,
டில்ட் பண்ணால் அவனுக்கு
you can go
டிஸ்பிளேயும் அதே
to
ஃப்ரேம்லேயே வர மாதிரி சொல்கிறேன்.
and search for this guy.
நாளை எப்படினாலே வந்துடும்ல. நோட் பண்ண முடியாது அந்த மாதிரி தான் பண்ண முடியும்.
And he has lots and lots of tutorials on Fabit.
நீங்கள் ஆல்ரெடி தெரியுது எனக்கு. ஆனால் இந்த இதே வியூவில் எனக்கு டிஸ்பிளேவும் தரணும் மூஞ்சியும் தரணும் அவ்வளோதான். ஜூம் அவுட் பண்ணணும் அவ்வளோதான்.
Yes, and he has lots of tutorials on it that you
புரிஞ்சிச்சு.
can
பட்
see, that you can learn from.
இதே
And
ஒரு
then,
இது இருக்குல்ல
okay,
இந்த ஃப்ரேமில் I want to see both the screen and
if you have any
ஜூம்
questions
அவுட் பண்ண முடியாது.
for anything,
இதில்
and
நீங்கள்
if you
லிங்க்
can,
எப்படி கொடுப்பீங்க அதுலேருந்து
லிங்க்லாம் ஒன்றும்
yeah,
வேணாம்.
you
ஜூம்
can
அவுட்
self
பண்ணால் போதும் அவ்வளோதான்.
you can do self hosting for Fabit. There is I think one more for Fabit manager by manual.
ஆனால்
You can check that.
அவங்க இருக்கவங்க
Okay, so he has the proper one.
அவனுக்கு இதில் ஸ்க்ரீன் ஷேர் பண்ண முடியாதான். அவனுடைய செட்டப் ப்ளஸ்
Anything else? I hope so. It was
அதில் வச்சு எனக்கு
So what about giving customization
தெரியாது.
for
very customization side.
ஏன் சொல்கிறேன்னா ஒயிட்டாக வரும்போது இங்கே
different UI
Yes.
for the same?
Yes, you can basically you can have different pages. You can create them. Okay, so I just
வெயிட் பண்ணு
show one thing. This events.rapid.io, right? Basically, this whole page is built on top of.
எங்கள் ஒயிட்டாக வரட்டும்.
See this? Okay, so you can create UI like this. Even if I show Chennai Foss, right? Do you know Chennai Foss is also created on top of Rapid? I guess most of you did. Okay. See, if you come up here, you go to app, right? This is your website. See, you the same familiar layout of the log. You can have this. You can have lots of customization.
ஸ்க்ரீன் ஷேர் வச்சுருந்தேன்.
And for any more questions, you can reach out to Mr. Rahul on his LinkedIn or maybe.
Okay, so I'll just share my link. It's RA777, the same that you got. This one. Okay, I think. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much for an insightful session, Mr. Rahul. And for the next session, I didn't really know open source would be covered even in hardware. So here we have PCB Cupid, someone to bring the love of PCBs to you, Mr. Srinivasan and Mr. Harshit. And we have a little surprise for you. We're going to be giving you kits. We have a few like limited kits, so maybe you'll have to team up. But I think it's going to be a really insightful session, and I hope you all are excited. Yes. No. I only கேட்கல. Alright. Only if you're excited, you're gonna get the kids, or I'm gonna keep them to myself. So maybe get a little excitement going, and we have our speakers over here. We'll be distributing the kits to you guys shortly. But just one thing, they'll need the kits back after you guys are done. It's not something that you can take home, but they have a booth outside, and you can get the kits from them if you're already interested.
Do we have break for 10 minutes?
Maybe you can go and come until they set up. That's alright.
இது ஃபுல்லாக ஆனதுக்கப்புறம் மாற்றிக்கினா போதும்.
So how many of you work with hardware before?
மாற்றல
மாற்றிட்டேன்.
மாற்ற இது ஃபுல்லாக முதல்ல ரெக்கார்ட் பண்ணுறா கார்டு
So,
இல்லாமல்
what do you think? Do you think that they should work on it?
So we intended this workshop for those kind of people. Okay? They haven't touched a wire, electronic chip, anything. They haven't done anything. So we want those software nerds to actually try out some new things. So we created this tag for these kind of people. So it's going to be very easy. Trust me, it's plug and play, and it's going to be fun. Yeah.
So I'll just give a very quick intro about what is PCB Cupid and what we are trying to do. So PCB Cupid is similar to, I don't know if you guys have ever heard about a company called Adafruit. So this Adafruit is a company which is based out of USA, and we are trying to replicate that in India. So basically we are trying to build open source hardware. So we make all these Lego blocks where you can put them together and build a product out of it, or at least the initial MVP that you want for your product. So one of the such devices is what we are trying to recreate here today. And apart from this, we have like a large number of SKUs and different products. Yeah. And apart from this, there is one more thing that is called as circuit spell. So basically, circuit spell is a prompt to PCB design software. So basically, you can put up a prompt. Let's say ideally, in some situations, if you want to build a tank like this, right? You just put up a prompt that you want to build a tank. It will go through our catalog of products. Basically, everything is open source, and it try to figure out what blocks you need to build the product. And it will put them together, and it will automatically do all the routing and everything, and you'll get the final product. All you have to do is place order, and you'll ideally get something like this pre-manufactured in your hand. So you don't have to do any soldering or any sort of things. It will be like plug and play directly. So this is what we are building. So the core concept is what are the modules we make, right? So everything is open source. In some case, let's say this AI part is not something that you're interested. You can download it as a KiCad file. Again, this is open source, and then add more features to it, or reduce features, or modify how we. So I think I'll hand over to Harshit and tell you what the tank is about and why did he come up with the idea.
Good morning.
Oh yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Harshit, and I am a 12th grade. I completed 12th grade recently. So when I was studying for my 12th grade exams, I was sitting on my desk, and I was getting bored. Honestly, I was studying for 8 hours continuously, and I couldn't come out of my study environment. Okay, so I'm like, oh, I wanted to make something which could keep me entertained even while I was sitting on my desk. So I was thinking what we could do about that. So I was thinking something on the table which is small, which is plug and play, which is very easy to make, easy to use, and very fun as well. So I thought a lot about this. So my first design was just adding two motors and and wheels to it, and things that was really complicated again. So if we added two motors, then we need the motor driver, and then for the motor driver, we again need a boost converter, and that would again make it very big. So I wanted to make it something very small, like which could fit on your hand. So to make something like this, the solution I implemented was I used servo motors. So servo motors, they have a built-in motor driver within them. So you don't have to install an external motor driver for that. So what I did is I bought a normal 180-degree servo motor, and I opened it up and I modified it to make it 360 degrees. So what it does is, what servo motor actually is for is it is used for actuators and many other applications, but it can only perform for a set angle. Like you give it an angle and it goes to that angle. But you want it to be continuously moving. For something like this, you want the tank to be continuously moving. So for that, I have to open up the servo motor and remove the connector to the potentiometer and convert it to a 360 degree. So now it is able to make a full 360 degree rotation. So that is the first problem which I solved. The second one was, so we had two servo motors. Now we need four wheels for this to actually work. But then think about it. Two servo motors, it can only drive two wheels, and two wheels, the maneuverability is not going to be that great. So I took inspiration from the tanks, and I used the chain to link two wheels together so that they can have maneuverability in all the directions. So this chain you see here, I got inspired by my cycle chain. Okay, I am a cyclist, so I got the design from a cycle chain, and I just made these sprockets, and I fitted it together. So finally, the product is here. This is the T01, the Explorer. So here it's a fully plug and play. It uses the PCB Cupid's Glyph C3 and their extension module. And it's like a Lego block. Now I'll show you how you can build it. It is very simple. There is no soldering required. Nothing. You just have to take the parts and plug them together, and you can have a tank ready, and you can play with it. That's about it. So this is my website. So here, what our intention is, what our main idea is, to make hardware for people who don't know much very easy. So we try to create kits and parts which is very usable for beginners. So you can check out our website. This is the T01 the Explorer. We have a kit as well, and we are planning for an ISRO moon rover kit as well. Guys, just one more thing. Make sure you never connect the battery. So we will walk through the entire process, and then finally after checking, we will connect the battery. So it's very easy to fry these things. So let's not connect the battery at any stage until the entire module is made. Yeah. So at any point, if you want to buy this tank, we'll have it on our website. We'll let you know soon. So for now, we are providing you with the kits we bought, so you can start working with that. Okay, we have the. Yeah. we only have 15. Yeah, we have only 15 boxes. So.
If you have friends, great time. If you don't have friends, make friends right now.
So by show of hands, Can you get to know what is the count, like who's getting started in the electronics for the first time? That's it. Everybody already uses this board or something very similar.
No, who is like actually new to this hardware? Who don't know anything? Just raise your hands. Raise your hands. Who don't know anything?
30%.
Did everyone get the tickets? Whoever did not get the ticket, raise his hand.
Okay, so I'll just give a very quick idea about how we come up with the architecture, right? Because since we are getting this for the electronics for the first time, it's very difficult. How do you know what components you need to put them together? So the same goes for the software also, right? You need like multiple libraries put together to create a software. So the same goes here. But first you need to figure out, okay, what are those components? And it closely aligns with what are your goals. So let's just walk through the steps and how do you figure out those components, and this is like a very small exercise, I'll just show you. So let's say we have a very simple goal, as Arshit was explaining in the beginning, right? All you wanted to do was a very fun toy, which can move around and also have like a very cute eyes, which can do some random animations. So let's see, what are the components we might need to do that, okay? So one is, it should have some sort of control. Either it should have like a Wi-Fi control or Bluetooth control or some kind of communication for that. So let's have so that's one. And the second thing was the motor itself, right? So he was explaining a lot about the stepper motor, the servo motor. But I want to break it down even further. Why specifically we are using servo motor, and why not directly connect the random motors that we see to the controller? So every motor that you see, right, it has a magnetic field inside. And whenever there is a magnetic force, that's when the motor, whenever you energize it, the magnetic force gets converted into the mechanical force and it starts the motor rotating, right? Now the tricky part here is, each time the motor rotates, it also generates something called back EMF. So when this back EMF is generated, it might damage the controller itself. So that's why we introduced a term called motor driver in between. So motor driver is what safely drives your motor without damaging the controller. So in terms of using a regular motor, you need another additional component called a motor driver. But this servo is something special. So this servo motor internally has a motor driver. And this motor driver can drive the servo in only, initially it can drive in only two directions, either left or right, and it has an angle control. So you can tell, go to 90 degree, just go to 90 degree. If you say, go to 80 degree, go to 80, and 180 and 0. So that is how this stepper motor was meant for. But what we did was, last week we sat, we removed the motor, and we cut the communication so it doesn't do only 180. Now all the servos that you have, there is some sort of modification done, so it does the entire 360. So all it does is, like, if you say front, it will do a clockwise, and if you say back, it does an anti-clockwise. Okay. So that is the reason we are trying to avoid using the motor and go with the servo motor, so you don't need the motor drivers. And then you need the OLED display itself. So I mean, you can do any sort of display, but the particular display that we use, right? It's called 1.3-inch SH1106 OLED display. So the specialty of this particular display is it requires only 4 pin for connection. So you can get different displays with a different number of communication protocol and different connections that you do to the controller itself. So the reason to choose this is it's very simple to use. and you can see 24 connection and it just plugs in place. And the most complex part about all of this is, right, you'll have another additional shield like this. So this is the most complex part of the entire system. So this has a charge controller, basically a BMS, and also it has a boost converter. So I'll explain why we need a boost converter. So basically the battery that we use, right? So the battery is 3.7 volt. But all the servo motor or other motors, right, usually run at a much higher voltage. So it at least needs like 5 volt or above 5 volt. So what we do is we take this 3.3, it goes inside this shield and it converts it into 6 volt. So once you convert it into 6 volt, that will power only the servo motors. So we have divided the power and all the power management, all the complex stuff is handled on this board. So you don't have to do any of that. So I'll just write down. So that is a servo shield. So now if you see we have a controller with wireless, that is our lift board. You see it's based out of ESP32. And then we have the servo motors. And then we have OLED display. Then we have servo shield. And then finally we have the battery itself. Now you need to figure out how to put them together. Okay. So usually whenever we start something like this, right? So first we do something called prototyping. So basically you take only the controller, you power it on directly on your PC, and then you see whether the controller is working. So let's start with that. Just take the clip board, and I hope you guys have C cable that you can connect your laptop. So any laptop charger or a mobile charger that would work. Just connect. I just want to show you how to test this and then go forward with the other components.
How many of you have cables and how many of you don't show fans?
Cable, C type.
I don't have. No one like in your team has it. Maybe if someone has two in a team, you can like pass it over. Does anyone have two in a team?
I have one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just you don't need for the whole session. Just for quick testing, and also only to upload the code once, and then it will be completely independent. You don't need to enable all this.
So we can like do it, and after you're done, maybe you can pass it to the teams who don't have it, and we'll repeat if you guys like get stuck in it. Will that be okay?
Yeah. So, and how many of you are using Mac? No Mac, right? Only one? Okay. So for Windows, I tell you, I think Mac is even more straightforward. For Windows, you can just go to Device Manager. And you can see this bunch of codes opens up. For some people, might not show up any port, but for some of you, you have some default ports. And once you connect this clipboard, right? You can see there is a new port that shows up called USB serial device. So just quickly check if that shows up. Who needs cable here? One cable. Everyone else has
a cable.
Yeah, just make sure the board is working. So we know the controller itself is working. For Mac, you can do LS USB and you find the controller. The terminal, just make sure for the command LS USB.
Does anyone have any questions? Do you need us to read something? Everyone said no, said
You have a question?
just few minutes within.
With this pass. So, okay. So the second step would be like take your servo shield, and you can see it's like a shield. So you can just press it on top of it. Make sure all the pins align on both the sides. There's 12 on one side and there's 16 on the other side. So make sure it just fits like a sandwich.
So, is everyone done with the first few steps? Okay, explain on how to connect your computer and configure stuff. So, is everyone done? If you guys need any help, you can come over. Yeah. So we'll be continuing. So the next thing is, how did we actually design these parts? Like you see that 3D printed parts. So this is one of the most important step, I'd say, for prototyping stuff design. So what I use is SolidWorks. So these are CAD softwares, computer aided design. So you can design stuff on your computer. Okay. Few many years ago, around I don't know, 50 years ago, they used to do all of these things manually on paper. But now we got softwares to actually do this stuff. So right now I use SolidWorks. You can use, there are many out there actually, free ones as well. You can explore them. So these are my models. Like yeah, so I don't have a mouse here, I can't actually pan it to show you. But yeah, you get the idea, this is how it looks like. Okay. After I do this, to print it, I have a printer at home. So I have a slicer software here. I just click on slice plate and then print. So this is how we actually made the hardware stuff. These chains, these all the plastic components. So coming to the servo motors, I'll actually. Yeah, I actually. Okay, fine. So coming to the servo motors. So all of you know, like if you connect the motor to a battery, it starts spinning, right? And if you reverse the polarity, it spins the opposite direction. But how do you actually control its speed and where it stops and stuff? So that's when a microcontroller comes in. But you can't connect it directly to a microcontroller because there are signal pins which only operate at 3.3 volts, I guess, right? Yeah. So for that we need a motor driver, again, we told. But now adding a motor driver makes things very complex. We need more wiring and it increases the size. So that's why we use a modified servo motor. So if you can see inside, this is a green color chip. So this is what is actually controlling the servo motor. And there is a motor here. This is the motor. So what we did is, there is a potentiometer here. So the potentiometer, when it moves, the resistance changes. So according to the resistance, the microcontroller knows that what position it is supposed to set it at. So now, if we completely block off all the links to this potentiometer, so like, see, I can't remove this, but so there is actually a plastic piece which screws into the potentiometer. So that's how it knows like which angle it is positioned at. So we cut that off, and now it is a 360-degree servo motor. So you can control the speed. Like if you now you program the servo motor to actually move it to angles. Like 20-degree, it moves to 20-degree angle. If you want it to move to minus 70-degree, it moves to 70-degree angle. So that's how it works. But we disconnected the potentiometer. So now you ask it to move 20 degrees. It actually moves continuously on say clockwise. And if you say minus 20 degrees, it moves the other way, anti-clockwise. So that's how this works. So that was about the 3D printing. What else? Okay, yeah. So you have the board here, right? So this is the main board, PCB qubits. This is the glyph C3 and this is the extension module. So as of now, all the teams should have been able to do this much. So can I get a yes if everyone has done till here? Okay, yeah.
There's a reason why I asked you to put this first, but again we have to remove it. Just to make sure nothing fries up, again you connect the USB and make sure there is no sort of discrepancy. There is no heat anywhere, and also there's a light under. Make sure all the lights are lighting up. That's it. There are two lights. One is under and one is above. So just make sure both of them are working. So the under one might be a little faded, but still there will be under one and there will be a on the top one. Any issues? Anybody facing any issues with the boards? So everybody set. We'll go to the next step.
Yeah, next step. So yeah, so this is the base of our tank. So this part is what holds the servo motors. So this is very simple. You actually might have already figured it out. So what you do is you take the servo motor, you hold this part and you push it through this hole right here. So this is how it should look like. The wires should go through this hole like this from the inside. Is everyone able to do this? Yeah. So do the same for the other servo motor as well. So you should have something looking like this. After that, you pull the wires and you make them sit inside the case like this. Do the same for the other as well. So finally, the assembled servo motor with the case should look like this. Okay, I want everyone to finish until here. If any questions or any problems, like you can call me. I'll come over to your place. So everyone is clear? Clear? Yeah, assuming everyone has completed this step, let's move on to the second step, which is actually placing these wheels. So again, if you see on a, if you have ever looked at a cycle, they have these sprockets which are designed similar to this. So I took the inspiration from that and designed this. So what you have to do is the ones the ones which have smaller holes in them, you directly plug them into the servo motors like this, and it should snap it. Do the same for the other side. So it should look like this. So coming to the next step, you take a chain, you put them around like this. And then you take the small piece over here and the wheel. So you want to insert this into the chain and onto this mount here. So ideally it should look something like this. Yeah. So then you take this and then you plug it in. So it should look like this. So and repeat the same for the other side. So put the chain, take the bracket. Okay. So has everyone finished until here? It should look something like this. Can I get a thumbs up? there are 15 links in the chain. So you guys can see this chain right here. It has 15 links, okay? And because of the 3D printing tolerance issues, it's actually very small for it to actually work properly. So to solve that issue, you guys should ideally add one more link. So what you can do is you can remove this, remove the chain, and we'll be we'll be providing you with extra links. So you take this link and then you push it in like this. Oh yeah. So you take this link and you push it in like this. So it should look like this. Yes. I'll give this. Yeah, correct. Two links, right? If you guys are facing any issues, you can just raise your hand. I'll come over to your place. Excuse me. Do you guys want gifts? You just joined. Okay. Yeah, you can take the gift. Huh? You can build it. We have started building it. We have gone through the first few steps. You can catch up. So.
once you have this setup ready, right? Is anybody still doing the chain? Do you need any help in doing the chain? Raise your hands. Whoever needs. Having any laxity experience the second so far? Okay, so this is the next part. You can see this is the top and it has 4 heel inserts. So this is the most tricky part and it's very fragile, so be very careful how to use this. Because the flaps you can see, right? So the flaps can break very easily. So we just make sure the flap is not breaking. So
Yes. Yeah, sure. So you see these 2 links here. What you're supposed to do is you have to push it to these 2 gaps here. So it ideally goes in like this.
very small amount of flex and then you just push it straight down.
You push it straight on. Be very careful with this. It might break. Okay, and we have very few replacements for them. So try not to break it. So after you like write this message, you just write it like snap. So if you guys are facing any issue, raise your hand. You should have something like this. And if it broke, we have very less replacements. Try not to break it. Did you break it? Okay, okay.
ஓகே இப்போ பேசவே நல்லதா வந்து உங்களுக்கு இல்லையா ம் அங்கே அவங்க கனெக்ட் பண்ணிடுறாங்க உங்கள்ட்ட முடிஞ்சு ரெக்கார்ட் ஆஃப் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க
Assuming everyone is done, let's proceed to the next step.
Does anyone have any questions? Does anyone start on any step? No? All good?
So the next step would be the battery. So this is the little tricky part. So not everybody has the same battery. So the length is same, but the thickness is varying for some people. So some of you might have it a bit thicker, and some of you might have it flat. So if you place it right, so you need to place it. So you did this servos, right? If you notice, one servo is longer than the other servo. So when you're placing the battery, the wire should be on the shorter side of the servo. So this way, you can see the shorter servo wire is this way, and the wire is also in the same direction.
You.
It's fine. Like some of you have a different battery. So when we add this on the top, right, so that will hold the battery. So on some of your batteries, there is a sticker behind your battery here. So this is it would be a double-sided tape. On this battery, there is nothing. Yeah, this one has it. So there's a sticker here. So this is actually a double-sided tape. You can actually use this to stick it onto the tank. This is totally optional. If you want to do it, you can do it. So has everyone attached the battery? Can I get a thumbs up? Yeah. Okay, so the next step would be actually to remove this. So you guys remove it again. Yeah. So you take the glyph C3, it looks like this, and you place it onto the tank. Yeah. Whichever the battery direction, right? The C type should be on the direction of the battery connector. So the battery connector is here, the C type is on the same direction, and you have to put it over here. So we pass a screwdriver. You don't have to. So we have a screwdriver here, and if anyone wants to use it, just raise your hands. It will be turnwise. And one thing, you don't have to screw all four in. You can just do like any two corners. That should be fine. And people with thicker batteries, right? They are not clear cells. That's what. So basically, if you try to screw it in too hard, so it is going to dig through the battery itself. So make sure you just do it to half a support, not exactly over the entire stuff.
So if you accidentally puncture your battery, you might actually start a fire. So let's not do that. Okay? So just tighten it very tightly. Don't actually push it in fully. So it should look like this. Okay, don't push it in fully. Okay, the battery is here. Try not to puncture it here. Okay. Yeah. So I'm passing on the screwdriver. You have to screw down any two corners. Like for example, we did it here, this and this corner. You can do any of the corners. So I'm passing on the screwdriver. So first. is everyone done? Oh no, you can't be done. Like if you guys have these screwdrivers, you can use that and you can pass that on as well. Yeah, pass it on. Yes.
சரியா
So after you're done screwing, it should look like this.
யார்கிட்ட போய் வெளியே ஆடியன்ஸ் பார்த்துருக்கோம். இன்னும் கொஞ்சம் வந்துக்கோங்க.
Okay, so how was the session so far? Did you guys have fun? Did you learn more about hardware? For like the newbies, the people who like touched hardware the first time, what do you think? Okay. Yeah. So, how many of you are done with the screw driving? 1, 2. Okay. And how many of you are left? How many teams are left, or everyone's done?
That was last week. For screwing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was last week. So, coming to the next step, so you should have your tanks looking like this. Everyone's tank is like that? Yeah. So then we mount the shield. We mount the shield onto this board. So you have to align the pins. Be very careful and So everyone's done with this step? Thumbs up. Yeah. Okay. So coming to the next step, okay. Don't connect the battery, okay. You might burn it. Don't connect the battery. We'll tell you when to connect the battery. Keep that for the last. So next step is, you see these two wires here? So these are the servo connectors, okay. They connect the servos to the board. These. So you should see two L-shaped pins here. So the L-shaped pins are right here. So you take the smaller one and make sure that the yellow wire, it should be facing outward, like this, and you connect it like this. So make a note, everyone, because if you do this step wrong, you might actually burn the servos. Make sure the yellow wire is facing outward. Yeah. So you see these labels here, S1, S2, S3, S4. So the yellow wire should be facing towards that.
Is everyone with us so far or repeat?
Do you want me to repeat it? No, it doesn't. Go check.
Can you repeat this one?
Yeah, sure. So there are two wires here, the front servo and the back servo. You have to take the shorter wire and you have to connect it to the bottom L-shaped pin right here, the bottom one. And you have to make sure the yellow pin is red. And have it.
Sorry, just one. Which team has a screwdriver?
So has everyone understood this step? Because this step is the most important. Do the same for the longer servo wire. It should go on top of this. So you pass it through the hole here. And everyone see, you pass it through this hole, and you get the wire from the other side. It should be like this. And then you connect it to the top L-shaped pin. Again, you have to make sure the yellow wire is facing towards the labeled pins here, S1, S2, S3.
Okay, show of hands, how many got that? How many didn't get that and want to repeat? Repeat or? Yeah. You do it.
Yeah, yellow wire.
It needs to face towards S1, S2.
Yes. So has everyone done this step? It should face the. So has everyone completed this step? Can I get a thumbs up?
Does anyone need help? Yes.
Oh, well. Yeah, this session is going great then. Okay. So the next step, the most important step. Okay. So next step is to connect the OLED display. You have this black color display here, the screen. So you take the screen and you place it onto these 4 pins here. So there is a 4-pin connector placed behind the board here, and you have to align it to these 4 pins and yeah, connect it. So should mount onto it like this. So it should be like this. So this is has everyone completed this step? Yes. Okay. So okay, the most important step. Okay. Again, make sure the yellow wires you see here, it should be towards the labeled pins here. S1, S2, S3. If you don't do this, the thing is going to burn. So I'll come over to each one of you, and I'll ensure that you have done this step correctly, because we don't want the servers to burn again. Yeah, I think you're doing it. device and checked. So moving to the next step. The next step is actually programming the chip to actually perform this function. So what we're using is we're using the Arduino IDE with yeah. So for this particular programming, right, it's already written. It's on his GitHub. So everyone of you. So every one of you go to our GitHub. It is a Vibit. Go to our organization and go to repositories and click on T01 the Explorer. And after that, you will see a file named workshop. You have to click on that file. Have everyone found this page? So this is the link. Yeah. This is the link. Go to this link. So all of you have Arduino IDs. So the initial idea was we just share you the bin file, and we have a software called ESP Flasher. So basically, you take the bin file to the ESP Flasher, and you can just burn it directly. You don't have to code, you don't have to compile or anything. But we just figured out there is a technical glitch over there. So even if you share the file, right, now when you turn it on, everybody will have the same AP. So it will just be spamming the same AP across every one of you. So some of you already have a Arduino IDE. So you can just download this, copy paste the code and compile it. If not, you just get the laptop, everything is compiled. We'll just change the AP for all of you and we'll just try flashing it to the boards. So that way it will be much easier. And I guess there's not a lot of people. Each flashing will take hardly like 30 seconds. So we'll do that process.
Yeah.
So everyone who doesn't have Arduino ID, raise your hands. Yeah. Okay, fine. So like we'll start from here. So for those who have the Arduino ID, they can do it by themselves. So you see the USB-C port here. You want to connect this to your laptop, like this. So you should have an empty sketch like this, like that. So the first few steps, what you have to do is, you have to go to board selection. You have to click on this drop-down box here. You will see, in any of your comp, you will see ESP32 family device. So you go and click on select other board and board. So you should search for the glyph C3, this one. You select this one and you select the COM whichever COM. So it should have USB here. So if you don't have any other USB devices connected, you can automatically assume that this is the port and you can click on this. And click on OK. So you should, if you see this, you have done the step correctly. Anyone who wants to repeat this? Will you repeat this again? Yeah. Clip C 3. So after everyone is done with that, go to our GitHub, workshop, and copy paste the entire code onto the Arduino IDE. So you should have something like this. So for those who are doing this by yourselves, you can change the SSID to whatever name you like, because we don't want it to be common. You can find yourself a unique name for your bot and you can name it yourself. So after you're done with everything, you should just click on upload. This one. You should be doing all of these steps while your tank is connected to the laptop. So after the code is uploaded, you should have something like this. You should have the OLED display with the eyes, and you should. Okay, you guys, you see the wheels are moving. Ideally, they should not move. Okay, but if you want to fix this, we have an issue. We have a way to fix this. So you go here, and we have defined two things here: the left neutral and the right neutral. So these are set to 1500. So you have to manually adjust this to get a stationary servo motor. So so if you guys want to do it, you can do it. We're not going to brief you through how we are actually doing it. But if you guys want, you can try changing these values. I'll just give you a very brief explanation. So assume the left neutral is for the left servo motor. So if the left servo motor is moving forward, then you want to decrease this to some value. Let's say 1450, something like that. And you keep increasing / decreasing to until you get your servo motor like stationary. So yeah, that is up to you guys. We are not going to. Yeah. Doubt. Yeah. Then you have to update your Arduino IDE to the. So you have to go to OS Manager here, and you have to install ESP by Espressifs.
So now for the functionality, right? Once the code is uploaded, what to do with this? You just connect this battery. You can see it starts working. And yeah, this might happen. So this is due to like a low battery voltage or something, where the servo is not continuously rotating. Yeah. So when you connect your you can see it will be back to fully functional, and it will create a hotspot. So if you open your phone or even laptop, you show it in the laptop. Yeah. So whatever the name you have given for your tank, right? That tank name will show up.
This one. Oh yeah, yeah, that's it. So you go to your Wi-Fi section here. So I have named my tank T01. So you should find this here. Whatever you have named your tank, you connect to that network. The default password is 12345678. So this is the password. Just connect it. So after this, on your Arduino IDE, you should do Control Shift plus M. That should open. That should open the serial monitor. So here you will get an IP address here. So what you have to do is you have to copy paste this onto your browser. So after you enter the IP address, you should get a web UI to control the tank. So so as you can see, this is the tank UI we made here. This is very simple.
Going back,
Yeah.
and you have left, and you have right. And the stop should ideally make it stop, but he was explaining about the calibration, right? So just because of the calibration, it won't stop, but it will be like very slowly spinning. So once you do the calibration, it will be in complete ideal position, and then you can do back, front, and left and right. And the charge is also another important thing. So the battery has to be fully charged. So some of your products might work out of the box, but some of you might have to connect the USB for quite some time until the battery is fully charged. Yeah. So that's how it works. And we'll try to upload the code for some of the other people. And whoever has the Arduino IDE, right, you can either try doing the calibration or you can just upload the existing code. Yeah. Done. Any questions?
Yes. So you want to know the how to yeah. So how the servo motor works is, as I told, it has a potentiometer inside. So the potentiometer is set at a point. So it has a resistive value, like so it is a knob, okay. And if you turn the knob clockwise, the resistance increases. If you turn it anti-clockwise, the resistance increases. That's how you actually control the servo motor. Now we disconnected the potentiometer. So while disconnecting the potentiometer, if we did not actually center the potentiometer correctly, that's when this issues come. So not all servo motors are ideally in the center position. So that's why you have to tweak it in the code. Yes, yes. So you actually find readily available 360-degree servo motors. They're slightly more expensive. For this workshop, so because we're on a budget, we got normal ones. Yes. PCB Cupid's board. I think it will be available on shop in a few days. So I think you can connect up to 6 servos onto that. Yeah. For this stand, we are using only 2. Yeah, you have to solder more pins and you can add more servos. Okay.
காஞ்சிட்டு
Excuse me, what would you name your tag? Like, you can name it anything. Anything?
இப்படி போச்சுன்னா எனக்கு ஒரு டவுட் இங்கிலீஷ் பி வந்து ஒரு பேக்கில் அது மாறிச்சுன்னா வீடியோ குவாலிட்டி நல்லா இருக்காது.
வச்சா அதெல்லாம் வந்து முடிஞ்ச வந்து
அதுவே மாறிடும்.
கட் பண்ணிவிட்டு ரெக்கார்டிங் முடிஞ்ச இப்போ லஞ்ச் ஹவுஸ் இல்லைடா கட் பண்ணிட்டு போதும் 28 எவ்வளோ போதும் முன்னாடி இது டிப்படு வேறு டெலீட் பண்ணணும்.
எந்த
இந்த பார்வன் படம் தானே ஓடிருக்கு.
ஆனால் இது பார்வன் புது கார்டு தான் நினைக்கிறேன். பாப்பா எப்படி இருக்கும்
தமிழில் லைவ்ல
லைட்டாக இதாக இருக்குன்னா இந்த சைடு கொஞ்சம் இறங்கி இருக்குண்ணா பேசு. லைட்டாக இந்த சைடு இறங்கிருக்கு கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சம் அதிகமாக இருக்குதுன்னு.
பவர் கேபிள் வர மாட்டேன்.
பவர் கேபிள் அங்கே இருக்குது. இப்பயே எடுக்குன்னீங்களே சரி போதும்.
பவர் கேபிள் அடாப்டர் அப்புறம் ஒரு கேமரா
அது அந்த எஃப்எஸ் லெவலுன்றது
அதான் அதையும் பார்க்க மாட்டேன்.
அதில் எப்பவுமே செக் பண்ணணும்னா அதனால் அது உங்களை செக் பண்ணுவாங்க. அந்த 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 எஃப்எஸ் சிக்ஸ்லேயுமே
எப்படி இருக்குன்றது பேக் எடுத்து வைக்கும்போது எல்லாம் கரெக்டாக இருக்கான்னு செக் பண்ணுறாங்க.
இந்த எஃப்எஸ் சிக்ஸில் இருந்திருக்கு இதில் இல்லை.
இல்லைன்றதை பற்றி தான் பேசுகிறேன். இருக்குன்றதை பற்றி பேசுகிறேன். மத்தியா நீங்கள் 2 பேரும் தான் தேடி பண்ணீங்க. இது
இது காட்டுறேன். இது காட்டுறேன்.
நாங்கள் இருக்கிற பைக் அவசியம் இல்லை.
Whose tank is this? Raise your hand. Right. not no need a Wi-Fi, no need of this only this DC are built in, so we need to get this. You can get it from our GitHub. So what do you want me to name your anything? So it is compatible. I could use C, but again for that compiling it, see, Arduino what they have done is they have made compiling things very big. If you want to use C, you have to actually know a lot of stuff. So we named it Foss, right? Yeah. So you have to go to a lot. Just enter. I'll just give you a okay, I think yes. Okay. So as you told, smaller wires should come. So something is wrong. Okay, only one server. That means the other one is damaged. Did you by mistakenly switch the thing? Okay, then we'll have to replace the electrical system. We'll send you. Yeah. You can explain. So you need to replace this set point. So I want to demo this. So guys, so here is my controller. So you can actually get yourself one. We're going to be launching them next month. So, so yeah, this is my controller. I made this for myself. We'll not be selling this. We'll be selling a smaller one of this. So you could actually connect it to your, your tank, and you can control it. Yeah. So it works like this. So we couldn't get you the controllers for this workshop because it was already too many components. So if you guys want to get this controller, it will be on site next month. So if you guys want to try this out, you can come here and any one of you if you want. Yeah, come. Yeah, you also come. guys, the workshop is officially over. Whoever wants to stay back and meet me can come here. But you guys, whoever doesn't can break for lunch.
Make sure you return the tips to the volunteers. Volunteers, items on your plate. 1, 2, 3, 4. Any of them, just return your boxes fully packed. Thank you.
Also, these tanks will be available in our stall. It is right outside. If you guys want to buy some or know more about it, you can visit our stall.
Alright. Thank you, everybody. What are the stickers for? I guess to keep the stickers.
Yeah, you can keep the stickers.
You can keep the stickers.
ஆகாஷ் ப்ரோ உங்களுக்கு ஸ்லைட்ஸ் இருக்கா?
Yes.
meet.fossunited.org/ChennaiFoss போட்டுருங்க. இங்க வாங்க. அது வரைக்கும் நீங்கள் வந்து வீட்டில் இருக்கும்போ வீட்டு இருக்கு உங்கள் ஸ்ட்ரீம் நல்லா ஓகே நான் அது பண்ணுறேன், நீங்கள் பேசுங்க. கண்டினியூ.
We conduct events, workshops to promote and spread Flutter and also help the guys who are interested in Flutter. So this development is organized for you and basically for you. This development is completely for mobile enthusiasts and Flutter guys who are having enthusiastic in mobile app development and deployment. Today there is some plenty of talks for you. Also there is at the end of the development session there is a panel discussion for you. First talk will be a deployment flow. An open source tool will helps in a deployment of a day-to-day mobile engineer. And a new framework called Jasper will Jasper will be introduced to you, and a panel discussion we have planned. So listen how you go for direct talk. So guys, so how many of you are first time hearing Nama Flutter? Flutter. Oh, nice. That's tough new ideas. How many of you know Flutter? Didn't know Flutter yet? Like, I heard it, but I didn't have to work on it. Like, so great. Then this session will be great opportunity for you guys to learn. Have you guys ever attended Nama Flutter event here? Or attended the Nama Flutter event before? So yeah, so a lot of new audience here. Really appreciate your enthusiasm here. So sure, let's talk to Flutter first. I and Ranga, who will explain about Fossland, which how helps in the day-to-day life of a mobile engineer in deployment process. So shall we start? Got it? Perfect. Hope my audio is audible to all. Right. Nice. So welcome Makale, welcoming you all. So, okay.
Yeah, this is the open source tool. So nowadays, most of the people have been using a mobile phones now, right? So plenty of mobile apps are installed and uninstalled. We are using in our day-to-day life. So as a developer, we know how to develop an app, but behind the scene, we need to deploy it somewhere else, right? So then only we can able to download it, right? So there is a small pain behind it. So by using an open source tool, we can able to simplify and automate that process, the deployment process. So in this session, we are going to walk through how to integrate that open source tool called Fossland in our Flutter app.
So there is a plenty of frameworks to build mobile apps. Actually, this session is about deployment, but I will give you just a short overview of building. So to develop something, there is always some plenty of options. Like here, for natives we have Shift and Kotlin. For cross platforms we have React Native, Xamarin, and Flutter, one of the leading platforms, where we are Flutter developers. So we took Flutter as an example for you to implement this automated deployment process. So
he is Akash, Flutter developer, so who have 3+ years of experience and did 7+ of Flutter projects.
This is Ranga, who have 4+ years of experience, one of my friend and co-host for this session.
actually, we know the requirement properly, correct? So, development point of view, we can fully completed that task and all, and that app also working properly. But when it goes to the deployment, it is a crucial part to deploy that respective app in a respective source, correct? So, in a Flutter point of view, it have a huge UI library, so you can able to hard load that. Even you change the single text means it change automatically. But thing is, we need to publish that app in a Play Store, means it is very hard. Manually, I'm telling. So if you are going to deploy that app manually, means it take around 10 to 1 hour period. So by using this tool, we can simplify it. By clicking on one command, it will do automatically everything.
Okay, wait, Pranav. So before I go into further slides, I will give an overview of how the deployment actually works. Have you guys any idea? I want a little answer from you. So, how many of you deployed some web application like Portfolio, or I have known my company has deployed some few websites over there, so I know the process. Websites, I'm asking. The deployment process of websites. Most of you have a short idea, right? Somewhere we will first we will build, and somewhere we will put that web app in some servers, and it will stream, and we will just get it from the URLs, right? Likewise, mobile apps also have a servers named Play Store and App Store. Okay, so there we will host our application. From there we are getting and installing the application. So actually, I said in a few words, but the actual deployment process is a mess, the manual deployment. Because when I started my career, when I learned how this deployment works, I didn't have any senior to do it. So on my first company, I do it by myself. I have done it by myself. But today, I'm a leading software developer of a product-based company in Bangalore. So I'm leading 7+ applications. I have plenty of updates day by day. Think in this manner, I will just give overview of how much time it will take. A single Play Store manual deployment process will take 20 to 30 minutes of my work. 20 to 30 minutes, and that 20 to 30 minutes of my attention. Whatever will happen there, I need to do it again from scratch. So what here it will happen is, first I will give a short overview. Like first we will build, like we built a web. First we will build our application. Then we need to upload it in Play Console, which is the actual
Origin of GTR.
Yeah. Play Console, we need to upload it. Then there they give a quick review of it. If something broken down, I need to build it again from scratch. And I need to deploy it. So it is some tedious process. So think in this manner, if I have some 10 updates in a single day, I should have spent some 5 hours of time in my entire work. Also, it is not an easy task to give it to some new intern or junior. Somehow I need to enhance this process. So that's why when I have this issue, I just requested him to give me a solution and got the guidance. He only introduced me faster, and I worked on it, and I tried and set it up for my all application. Now, instead of taking 20 to 30 minutes per hour per update, I can trigger it in a single command, so that it will do all the things for me. It will prepare the configuration properly, and it will deploy it for me. If any errors, it will send me some like this happens. So again, I need to fix only the code, and again I need to just trigger the deployment. So this is a process I tried to explain you here. So how this automated deployment works and how we are going to set up this Foss for you.
Okay, so here, he's telling everything, but not only the deployment point of view, even testing wise also, Fossline will help. So even we can able to test also. So these are the basic mistakes done by manual deployment. So we can able to overcome from by using a Fossline.
And late night deployment nightmare. Always this error comes like a nightmare. Like mostly here, all we are tech guys, right? We always got a goosebumps when we first build a Hello World application. Likewise, we always feel very bad when we miss into some production error. Because we are mobile app developers, we cannot resolve something in a prod immediately. Okay, if it takes the actual deployment process will have lot of things like building time, store delay, review time, then again store propagation time to reach these users. So always we need to be very careful on every update. So like think in this manner, you have some problem. Psychologist, I read a book like over there, they said like morning time is the best time, like you have full energy on you. Whenever you morning you feel fresh, you have full energy. Whenever something happens, you will do like okay, I can do it, I will do it again and again. When it comes to some evening or late night something, some production bug you use, when you do this manual deployment process, and if you got error, you completely messed up over there. You will take some lot of blames, like companies can't even non-tech C-suits or can't understand this technical things and all. They need a output. So that time it will be a mess. So to clear that nightmare should not happen again. That's where cost and vision.
So, so hope you all love biryani. So that's why I had an example. So the thing is, so this is the order because biryani, if we see the script means we can't get a proper food right. So similarly, in app releasing also we need to follow the proper steps and all. So first, when I need that fast line, so it automatically pump to that version and all, and build a ABD file and all, and slowly update in Play Console or Apple also, and release to the user, expected users. These are the steps. So this is small step. So by using a single command, we can do anything. I mean everything for this thing.
Wait. So if you guys didn't have idea on how actual deployment process works, this slide will be helpful for me to explain you. So basically, every time before we build an application, developers have always have versions, right? To track, okay, this is a new update, this is the old update. Right? So always we need to bump a version. There we have patch minor and major, and also build number. If you guys have mobile interfaces, you have understand this technical things. So always we need to increase the version, something like 1, 2, 3, or else it will crash. It will get conflict on the stores. Stores won't allow it. So this is some easy, like actual thing we have to do, but most of the time even I forget to do that in manual deployment because I was in hurry. I have some other updates. I need to text in Teams. So that time, then I need to build and sign the AAB file. Always there will be some keys to sign and encode with it. Without that key, this stores won't allow. Okay, this is your application. To test the store, okay, this is a key for this log. So please allow. Like that is a door lock key, something like that. I need to build it with that. If I miss with that, even though the app will be get built, and then only I will get to know, okay, I didn't sign when I deployed it in the console. That time only I get to know that. Then it will get some slow upload in Play Console and review. Then it will have some review time behind this. Then it will release to the actual user. Even the release takes some 30 to 60 minutes to go around all over the world. That is some mobile app things. Okay, next. So here where Fastland enters, it will be like your unpaid intern for you. It will basically it is an open source automation mobile app delivery platform. It is open source so that you can also trust this. But because open source is like open to trust first things, like something you know how to run, how it happens and behind the scenes, so that you can give the trust, right? That is one of the benefit of open source. So they provide it as open source. Even there are a lot of contributions being made all around the world. So it is stable, and it builds and signs uploads automatically for you. It never forgets to bump version if you set it properly. It will come to 0 complaints on repeated tasks. Even as a tech guy, we are getting bored to this some tedious process, right? What if someone tells us to do some repeated task all over the month or something? We will get bored, right? But this will automatically do that for this system is made for them.
So here we need to hope you know version control. So here the thing is there is a 2 topics here, CI and CD. So CI means continuous integration. So where the development of those features and all, and merging and testing everything happen here. But in this session we are focused on the CD only. So CD means continuous delivery. That cost and come here only. So please
Where I love Fastland instead of tell, because I will need to tell some personal review. So before I'm spending some lot of times in the deployment as well, that manual deployment, I need to focus and my attention should be there for something 30 and 40 minutes every time. But it can be done in a minute. I can trigger the app deployment flow and I can do some other meetings. I can attend some other meetings like that. So next, consistency. It eliminates that simple version bumping mistake. That is the most big mistake that happens every time. Then it can be configured as a code so that every programmer can understand how it works. Then it will handle your version control properly. Then it is CI/CD friendly. So hope you guys have understand on the CI/CD, right? Anybody not? Anybody need a short intro of CI/CD? I'm happy to. So this room is filled with
Okay.
Okay, bro. So I'm happy to give it. So basically, the CI/CD thing comes to automation. So every code needs something to test, right? Even as web or a mobile. Basically, all we are hosting our repositories in GitHub or GitLab. So there we have also some plenty of big thing. Okay. So each time when someone pushes a code, when someone gives a merge request, we need to review his or her code. I need to make sure, okay, he follows these are standards. So these should be done in the CI. This is what CI does. We can create workflows over here, so that on every action we can code it. Like on every action, it will do some task and will give you some review, so that you can approve. Okay, these are the things. You can even as a senior, you can review some 10,000 lines of changes at a time, right? To review, to enhance that process, the CI is there. In CI, it will happen like the workflows will run for you, and CD is the actual deployment flow, actual deployment part. Here we will integrate these like Fossland and tools, so that our build can be automatically built and deployed directly to Play Store. This is what's the basic CI/CD.
So CI is only for testing and generating a build, and CD is like a container, like where the build we have, we just move from our local to respective Play Stores and App Stores and all.
Okay, I will tell you the basic table difference, so that you can also understand how Fastland helps me. Before per time release, like per release time will be some 15 to 30 minutes for me. It's manual drag and drop. It can be triggered from one single command, something like that. So version control. Most of the time I forget to version pump, right? So when I coded it, like when I programmed it, the function automatically reads my pubspec YAML and triggers it for me if it needed. Then error rate, when it's be done by human, always the human error rate will be high. Most of the time it can happen, right? So if I set it up, even no one can do that. Even if my intent creates it, intent triggers it, or my junior triggers, it will work as same as my ID. So these are some benefits of using Foss.
So here the workflow is initial. So this is the like we all use a Git, correct? So how we are init the Git? So by using a Git init command. So here also we are using a init command to initialize the Fastland in our respective project. And API access. We need a Google Cloud project to enable that Play Store, Play Console API. And after that we get a JSON and keys and all from Google Cloud Console. After that we enable that, we just add everything in a Play Store, because we get a Google like kind of email ID. So here we need to add that email ID along with all permissions. So after that we configure all that JSON and keys in a local setup for Fastland. So this is the basic integration of the Fastland in a Flutter project.
Yes, previously we said that those are some actual process steps we need to do when we set up. Like, okay, we will also have a proper detailed documentation. We will share you, so that you can also understand in detail. Give you short timeline, just at least can explain it. Okay. So here, when we integrated the steps like that, your AAB build will directly goes from your environment to the Play Store for you. With seamless transition, we also in Play Store we have a lot of testing tracks. So you can set it up. It will reach the testing tracks automatically if you configure properly. Also, it will handle the sensitive ENVs. So in previous slide, we got that we create some keys and all, right? You heard something. So like that, those are some sensitive keys. The keys are related to an virtual user. So basically what happens over there is how you guys are sharing a Google Docs with another through an email, right? Likewise, this API key is another email for your deployment account. So that we will configure that like that. So the EMA key should be like secured, right? So that's why there is an ENV concept to handle this keys.
It's not required for the initiating of Fastland, but it is a best practice to use a ENV.
So if I need to tell that this is how the basic commands will work, just I need to go to my Android folder if I need to deploy it in Play Store. Then I need to trigger Fastland beta, which beta is the lane. Likewise, we can set it up like prod, stage, testing. Likewise,
Even you want a single build also, you can create a line also. For
Like, that is some completely in your control. You can just need to write some YAML code over there. Then it will load your environment variables and it will read your version. Then it build your AAV for you. Then it automatically upload to the internal testing.
So this is for Android. So similarly, you go to the iOS file and you need that respective lines also.
Like this. So this is the real world impact currently happening through Foss. No need to build, thinking like this is an organization, I don't need to build it manually, there is zero code conflicts. Then one Fossil beta trigger will give us clean, automated, reliable system.
This is the keyword for Fastlane and this is the lane. This is the control.
So guys, so this is the detailed document. Actually, this is one of the detailed concept. So you guys need some lot of more details, more than we said. So that's why we prepared as a medium blog. You just explore this, and if you have any questions, you guys raise us. We'll give you.
So this document for only for Android and
Wait. We have it for iOS as well. Same setup process, same benefits, so that you can simply set it up and you can automate it. Even you have some personal or official organization accounts, anything works for.
May change it for iOS.
So same like that, this is for iOS document. Hope you guys got the medium block, right? Cool. Wait. Yeah, good. So, questions time. We know we already gone very fast, but this is some concept we can't only tell it in slow words. That's why we go in like that. So, if you guys have any questions and if you guys have any guidance from us to set it up for your projects, we are happy to. This is a link there. You guys just can.
If you have any doubts or integrating a Fastlane, just ping us.
Happy to help. So, questions time. Usually questions, lot of questions in my talks. Yeah.
Auto version update, right? Like,
Yeah.
So what if, I mean, if you want to just do the patch update, like you just to update the last set of like version, like, can we control that or is it?
Yeah,
always
this
patch?
can be controlled. Even one of my community member, our community member done that. Like, we can set it up like, after you trigger, it will ask some questions, right, for few commands. We can create it like in that manner. After you create your build, it will ask you what update you supposed to give, like patch or main log. You can choose the option like 1, 2,
So
3.
it automatically updates the build number, but the version we can.
Yeah, we can also control it. We can set it up like automatically updates the patch always. We can set it up like that, or else we can also do it. If you want a like optional thing, you can set it up like
We
that.
have a full control of version code and versioning also. So that is some of the possibilities because it is automatically read from a PubSpec YAML. So that is one of the possibilities. Another one is it is a fully JavaScript only. So based on that we have a prompt. We give a prompt and what is that changes we can get from the user and all. So this is fully our control, fully flexible.
So if you forgot to change the version, like will it change the pubspec.yaml as well and do the git commit itself, or just updates the
And that is based
Android's-
on the user script.
Yeah, based on the user script, but actually we should not do that. Like automatic git commits should not be conventional for us. So what we do is what I have done is even I face the same issue. So I done a check on the first line itself. I will check the recent version from the play console, and I will check the local version. If it is compressed, it will throw an initial error within some second or third second itself. So that we can understand, okay, we forgot to improve the version, or else we can come. Also, I can also do that automated, but I need more control for that. Because it needs to be safety, right? What if in case instead of patch, it will always update the major? That will be a big crisis for managing the version. Yep.
Can we add release note for that?
Yes, absolutely. There is an option, automatic release notes. You can even change screenshots for every time. Yeah, we can.
I will give specific command for that. Like we are writing fast lane and then like
No,
suffix we
while
can
writing a
write.
script and all, no, so we get all commits from a Git and analysis the Git commits, and based on that Git commits, we will summarize that release notes.
So like that we can set it up, throw some AI and all in local, or else we can directly add all the commits in the release notes and we can push it. That also happen, but
Actually, here we forgot one thing. So when editing a fast lane, first we did it in a manual setup. So then only we can set up in a fast lane.
okay, first time we need to set it up manual, like we need to make sure the things work, then we will switch to Fastland. So for your question, the answer is there is an option to read some files every time, like because the Fastland program is in our control, right? Usually we just write a code in like called fast file, YAML file, we just trigger the line, that will happen. So how I am handling this release notes is I have a release notes.txt file inside my Android directory. So each time whenever I update, like whenever I build a new build, whenever I build a new AAB or APK, it will get the release notes from there automatically, dynamically.
So you use the commit history to pass that and updates the.
No, here same. He suggested me because he achieved that, but I want more control in the release notes because the words and also. I took it from by myself. I switched to this solution, like okay, each time I can edit whatever I want, like that. I will also show you guys demo like how in the production app I am using Foster.
Can you open that Medium post so that we can see? Just give us a small walkthrough.
Quick over.
Just a quick walkthrough, yeah.
Sure guys.
Because you are saying like we are generating a file under the Android folder now because nobody will have that idea.
So this is the actual blog I wrote. I will give a short walkthrough. So this is the basic structure what I told, like I build a AV, Postman will build, test and sign and deploy for me through the Google Play API and it will deploy to the Play Store distribution automatically. So this. These are some intros, as I say. Postman is open source. It will help for developers to automate the building. Why Postman for Android? It saves some time instead of manual navigating. Okay, I will just give you the short walkthrough, like how the setup here, actual setup. We just need to install Postman first. Install Postman in our environment globally, whether you are Windows or Mac OS. Then you need to go to your Flutter project, then go to Android directory, because Postman is something you need to set it up for your own platform, individual platform like Play Store and App, like Android and iOS. Then you will just give Postman in it. It will ask you for your app package name and some paths to enter. Then these are some files you need to set up, like gem files. So some configuration. We don't need to go some technically. Okay, you just need to set it up.
It will automatically generate these files when you run the fast again.
So you just need to update it according to your local environment. We already have some code. Just do copy paste it. Scroll on. I said I am creating a virtual email user, right? This is that setup basically. In Google Cloud Console, we need some APIs. We need to do this step completely. It will be like more. You guys explore it. It will have some decent explanation. Then after that, I need to do some enable things. I need to copy some, create some.
This is the virtual account, the service account. No, so this is the virtual account. We need to create that account, and it will give us some email ID, kind of email ID string. So we need to add in a Play Console.
As a user, as a virtual user, another user. Same like
one. So
yeah.
you need to basically enable the Google Play Android service account key API key, right? So if you do it on the Google Cloud Console side, do they charge us for consuming?
No. This API is completely free because we are already paid when we bought the account, right? When we got the account, we pay some 2,500 rupees something.
So it's completely free.
It's completely
free. That is one part that Play Store. This one.
This API is free. We will grant access in Play Console to this new account. Scroll down. Yeah, like we will invite user. Then that will give us some JSON key to integrate in our Flutter project. We will just need to enable it. And these are some envs, like this is our JSON path, so it should be like secured, and our package name always should be secured. Then then some proper working type. This is what I am using in my production. So you just need to copy paste this file in the Foss file.
Yeah, this is the script which I already discussed. So you just copy paste and just copy and paste your project, and wherever you want you just edit. So this is the working code.
So wait here. If I need to connect something when I what I had talked before, see this is how I loading env from there. From env I will load this. Then here, so you asking for that version check, right? Here I will get the version from here. Then if there is error, it will say like version is missing here. Then build number, scroll down here. Here it will get the build number actually. Then here it will validate the version. That is a duplicate upload again. It will get run within some couple of seconds. So you will get, so you can just trigger it, update it and trigger it again. Then scroll down, just to copy paste, that's it. Same like here it have lanes, like lane production before I have the beta, so that you can directly push it to the testing, and here it is for production. It will go to live automatically.
So we can create multiple LAN also in a single.
It's up to you. How many LANs?
So here it is build only.
That another LAN needs, whenever I need some build only, right? Whenever I need some build to share it manually. So these are some available commands and production, some important notes. This link. So any questions from you guys? Right? Yeah. Yes, it should. Yes. Yes. But the setup is worth to set it up at least once, because it will reduce the big time for it. It will save. Other than that, yeah, it's feel free. Actually, dev means we need to discuss in two ways. It should not be a one-way communication. Yeah.
Let's say that you have deployed an app and it has some major issues. So what would happen is, in case of web application in server, you would be reverting the builder, making a patch. Would that apply same to mobile application, or would entirely different?
Yeah, I can understand your question. So you're asking, is there any way to revert the prod application? Once a version is deployed, first it always get tracked by App Store and Play Store. But now, just a few months back, we have an option in Play Store to revert the last version. Again, you deployed 1 to 3 versions. 3 is some issue, but 3 is the current version. We have some major issue. It should be reverted again. Now, one of my friends suggested, like, showed me like there is an option. I didn't explore it, but there is an option. But for mobile app developers, this is always a nightmare. We should always test plenty of times more than that, because it is always hard to reversible. Even you can revert it, if someone already installed, they always have that application. It will get conflict after you release some next version, always. So that will be a miss.
So it should be a backward compatibility. So other than that, another option is that is a shorebird console. So shorebird. So if we are because that is a paid one. So if you are using a shorebird means it is a hot installation. I mean hot. What is that? Hot available.
Patch update something.
Yeah, patch update something. So if you are pushing that our fixed version in a shorebird means it automatically available for all installed users. But initially it is free for first 5,000 users. Other than that, we need to pay.
If you guys already have deployed some applications in Play Store App Store, you should get idea for this. Okay. So if I need to say it in some easy manner, like think in this way: you all has using Amazon, WhatsApp, Instagram for very long term, but it will be get active even if you didn't update for long term. Even if you have some year of older version, it will support you, but with some existing features. How they are doing? Guys have any idea? Also, in some seasonal or some festival times, you will get some new pages out of somewhere. Have you guys ever think how they have done that without updating your application? That is this patch update concept. Basically, Shorebird is a faster like another tool, or that like using that you can use this patch update. You don't need to update from Play Store App Store. Basically, it will be automatically get updated behind the scenes. when someone gives an update, you just need to open an application. Your internet needs to be active for some 5 to 10 seconds. You get automatically updated. When you close and restart the application, the new update will come. But even though they have some restrictions in Android and iOS for this, but there is there's an option to do. Yes.
Instead of reviewing everything.
Yes, but actually it cannot be done to all configurations. If you have guys doing some like OS level configuration, something like enable permissions or doing some interacting with hardware sensors like that would get
if you are if you are enabling a permission and all. So again, initially you give a single permission. So after that you are asking a multiple permissions, that won't help.
Yes, they are like restricting the vulnerability and all from there.
These are the restrictions I have in a shop. Yes. Yes. So other than that, I hope you get answer, right?
Conventional way, for any patch fixes, if it's a major fix that has to be done, there will be a force update option.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
iOS
Yes.
There will be a force update option. But you are saying something like it runs in the background.
Yes.
But what I have experienced is it will be a power to the user. Only when the user clicks on it, the user is always informed about any update that happens. And if it is a major fix and if the app cannot run properly without the fix, it will be a force update. Without the user clicking on that update, he cannot proceed with it.
Yes.
But this thing which runs behind the scenes is completely new to me.
Yeah, understand.
Yeah, completely new to you, but this helps us in a lot of things. Like
this is up to you. I am just explaining the possibilities. So how to we are providing that fixed releases and all.
Is it already in use in production apps for
yes,
Play Store and App Store?
Shortcut is getting used by a lot of MNC companies, like some big shots.
Will there be a version change after this patch? For example, if it is like 2.1, with the patch, will it be changing 2.2?
No, actually that version thing is getting maintained by app stores, stores like Play Store and App Store. Here you will get some patch versions, like 1.0.2, patch 1, patch 2, patch 3, like that. This is getting maintained by store.
Yeah, kind of that is a version. Version we have a subparts like version name and version code. Version name is you mentioned right, the major part. Version code is that it's not we can see in a Play Store, but it's a developer point of view. In version code we have 3 levels: major, minor, and patch level. So here we are treating this. Yes.
So like that. Actually, instead of reverting that, we can do this right. We can do a quick fix.
Improvising the code,
Yeah.
not going back.
Yes, exactly. Actually, shortcode is only for Flutter right now. Likewise, we have some lineages. I don't know. I didn't explore, but might something have like that. Shortcode is for Flutter. Actually, shortcode is what built by who? Eric, who is the founder of Flutter. Founded Flutter. So hope you guys.
Hope you got an answer, right?
Oh, sorry.
I thought it is something like Fastlane we can integrate it with both iOS and Android. But since Flutter is cross-platform.
Cross-platform.
Yeah.
But what about Swift and all? Can Fastlane be
Yeah, we can native and cross platforms and this one hybrid also.
Okay, so what are its advantages over Xcode Cloud, which is built within for the complete Apple or iOS ecosystem? Does it have any major perks when compared to that?
Actually, I'm not sure, bro. I'm not.
You should have simple configurations, right? For
Yes.
That must be the reason. Like single version that maintains both iOS and iOS, like Android still control.
Okay, so this the same app you can the simple configuration.
Yeah, configuration.
You can
Trigger
update
both
both
and
the iOS.
Yes. Here. No. Here we need 2 files. First,
Okay.
for cross platform, we need 2. Like definitely for native, there will be some configuration steps. You just need to follow them. Also, it's also good to have decent level of docs over there, but we feel some gap is there for a new CCD guys, like new Flutter guys. So we make it easy for in our doc. You guys have some good knowledge. Hope you guys have a good takeaway. So it's thank you guys. Any?
I have experience in mobile app development like for 8 years, and I have been working in Flutter for like the past 5 years. So, how many of you have been have worked here in mainly in Flutter web? Not yet. Flutter. So you have worked in Flutter? No. Okay. So can anyone state some of the problems that we have in Flutter web?
Initial startup time.
That is the major one.
Yeah. Since the Flutter engine is not like a native like HTML and CSS, it needs to load the engine first. Like the compiler, the browser needs to load the engine first, and then you should compile the code. So it takes like 4 or 5 seconds, like just blank white screen. You can configure that screen, but it takes 4 or 5 seconds more than the React.
Yeah, that is the major thing. One more thing, can anyone else state any other problems that Flutter web has? We can make it responsive. Any other issues? That is. One more thing is it is not more SEO friendly, but we can configure that as well. But that is also a major issue. But we can overcome all those issues if we have plain HTML or CSS website, right? HTML and CSS website. So HTML, CSS, when we have it, it loads instantly. So as you can see, I initially developed this portfolio of mine. I will load it in incognito mode because it will load from scratch. So as you can see, I had to show some initial logo. That logo itself shows 4 or 5 seconds before the actual Flutter application loads. So if you don't even configure that logo, it will just show a white screen. So that is a main problem that most people avoid Flutter web because of this issue. So they only choose Flutter web. There is really a need when they have already developed a Flutter Android and iOS app, and they really want it to work in web. How it actually works in the app. So in that scenario only, people go with the Flutter web. Otherwise, most of the people avoid going with Flutter web. So to overcome this, there is a framework called Jasper. Have you guys ever heard about Jasper? So Jasper so we all know that we develop the Flutter apps with the Dart language, right? So Jasper is a web framework, but we do not go with a conventional way of developing web, which is JavaScript or TypeScript. We build it with the Dart language. So it gives a huge advantage for the people who have already worked in Flutter side of things. So what happens is you can make use of the core logic, the business logic, all these things that can be separately implemented in a package for the Flutter app. So those logical code can be reused in the Flutter app and as well as the Jasper app. So Jasper app also supports, we can also import the plain Dart. We have separate packages in pub.dev, right? One is specific for Flutter and other is plain Dart. So if you import those Dart packages, you will not need the Flutter package itself. It will run without Flutter. So that initial load is not needed when we go with the plain Dart packages. So whatever packages that are already existing in the pub.dev, we can use all of them in the Jasper framework as well. So if you can see, I'm not able to enable it because it is already loaded. So this is the app that I ran locally. As you can see, it is just loading faster here because I have loaded it already. So once it's loaded, it loads faster subsequent times. So what happened here is the initial page, the logo you saw, if you have not configured that, you will just see a blank white screen. for more than how much the big your app is, that much time you have to wait. And if the client machine has a slow network or the machine is slow, this will be even longer. Okay. So what I did is today morning only. What I did is I took that portfolio app that I developed for me. I took that. I asked Azure to move everything using Jasper framework. So what it did is it implemented the landing page for me. As you can see here, the code here is look like it is Flutter code, but as you can see here, we have something called div a tag, but it is not in conventional HTML. It is in Dart code. You can see the CSS as well here. You can also have raw CSS. Whatever CSS is supported by the browser, we can add it here, and everything will work. So I have run this application. So it is just given me the initial page, but as you can see, it load very fast. In a blink of an instance, it's loaded. I will also load it in incognito mode again. As you can see, I just press enter, it load immediately because it is just loading plain HTML and CSS behind the scenes. So that is why this is a huge advantage when using Dart framework. Other thing is, you might ask, we will already have the UI built, right? All the UI built using the Flutter framework. So the thing is, we cannot translate everything here, and even if we do, we will have to maintain two separate code bases for UI. So that is why we choose Flutter. To overcome this, we choose Flutter. But if again we have to maintain two separate code bases for UI, that destroys the whole purpose. So for that, what we can do is we can initially show the landing page in the Jasper framework using the Jasper code, as you can see here, which has this HTML like code, but it is in Dart. But what we can do is behind the scene we can load Flutter. Jasper framework also supports loading Flutter app inside the Jasper framework. So using that, we can load the Flutter app that we have already built behind, and after the loading happens, we can show that app here. I have also an example for that. As you can see, I have commented this code. What it does is, I also have the Flutter UI that I developed long ago for my portfolio. The portfolio app that I showed, it is built in Flutter. So I have the same Flutter app here in the Flutter app folder, and that I have uncommented. So I will save it. And as you can see here, it loads the same Flutter app, the entire Flutter app here, but it just takes a little time to load. So you can see the app here, the exact app that I showed before. So we can make use of this and just load the initial landing page using the Jasper framework, and the the actual Flutter code that we already have, we can load it behind the scene and load it here. As of now, you guys have any doubt? Any questions?
How is the switch between this framework and the Flutter framework, like the UI?
We are not actually switching between. We are running both at the same time. Okay. So what happens is you just need to add this configuration in config.yaml. So we have this by default, and we have this property. So if we have multiple properties here, I'm just having it as embedded. So if you just put it embedded, we can use the actual Flutter UI inside the our.
No, you said like the first page we could show the Jasper's one, and then once the Flutter loads, we could switch to this Flutter UI.
So as you can see here, I just uncommented this code, right? So this is this device preview. We have something called Flutter Embed View. This is provided by Jasper Framework. So inside this, you just need to add your widget. So this is Flutter widget. So this Flutter widget goes here, and it will load it. So you can also communicate between the Jasper framework and the Flutter app while it's running.
So does it work like a stack view or what? Because we are passing the portfolio, that is like entire widget, or else Flutter is like entire full page.
Yeah.
How we are showing it inside of that this Flutter view?
Because I am having some CSS classes here, embed loader, phone mockup, phone screen. All this CSS helps me to build this borderline, this text, everything.
Okay, like what you are scrolling right now, that is the widget.
Yeah, this is the thing inside this border is only the Flutter app. Everything outside is Jasper. Actually, I have not completely developed it myself. I just asked in the morning to Cursor to just transform this landing page to Jasper. It did it quickly. Yes. Yeah.
So from this, so it initially loads Jasper. Okay, then after navigating to the links, it uses the Flutter thing. That's what.
We can also do it behind the scene. Once it's loaded, we can present it to the user. Yes. So as you can see, the Flutter the page landing page is there, right? They have moved now to this Jasper framework. So they use this Jasper framework to build their own landing page. Yes. Yeah. Actually, they haven't used Flutter Web before. They were using HTML, CSS, but now they have implemented using the Jasper.
What about the SEO you're saying about?
Since it is everything is in HTML, CSS, whatever you can do in a normal web framework, you can do it here.
Okay, but Jasper, all right. But like, what if we go to a different screen that is like full of Flutter widgets? Can we wrap this kind of SEO over that Flutter widget?
Yeah, I think we can communicate between the Flutter app. Whatever content is there, we can give it back to the Jasper, and that will
Okay, so we could also have the widget-wise control. It's not just the.
So the main use case is that in my organization, what the use case was that we had a custom app that we give for multiple brands. It is an app to order food, but for multiple brands. It's not like Swiggy or Zomato. In Swiggy or Zomato, we have multiple brands in the single app, but we give one app for each brand. Yeah, so that brand will have multiple stores. The users can order from there. So this is a white labeled app. So we have a single code base for this, and we put the configuration, the theming, everything, the fonts, everything. We inject it and we give it. We uploaded the build to the Play Store and App Store, and those brands get served with this app. So the main problem was the configurations that we have. That configuration we had to do it manually. So we had to configure for Android and iOS separately, and all this bundle ID, everything, the Firebase configuration, everything we had to do it manually for both Android and iOS for each new brand that we onboarded. So what we did is we consolidated all the apps for in a single Flutter app, and we separated the configurations in a separate folder, and those folders contain the configuration information for each brand, like theming, images, everything. We built a script that will inject all this configuration into the Flutter app, and it will build the APK or AAB or IBA file for us, and we can then use Fastlane, or we can also manually upload it to Play Store or App Store. So we solved this problem, but another problem was these configuration files were full of JSON files. It still needed developers' help. So in real world, onboarding happens between a product manager and a client, right? So those people will not be able to go through this JSON file and do the configuration. So what I did is I used this Jasper framework to build a studio kind of app for them. So in this app, they will be able to enable or disable a feature. They will be able to change colors, add images, and the main problem was they need to see how the actual app looks. We had the actual app code in UI, Flutter UI, and we used that Flutter app to render this all these configuration changes instantly from Jasper framework. We communicated to the Flutter app, and it loaded instantly. The product manager were able to see the code. I mean the actual app, how it looks, just like the preview I showed right on the right side. So that is inspired from there only. So that is the use case that we have. So they will be able to configure it, and they will be able to download a zip file. Using that zip file, we will be able to provide a build within 1 or 2 hours.
You're doing a SaaS thing for the Flutter app. Whatever you're saying is a SaaS flow.
Yes.
Like single application, multiple vendors.
Yes. You guys have any doubts? Any questions? No questions?
Is it whatever you say configure like JSON file? Is it like a separate app, or how do you configure it? You say like changing theme, all those stuff.
I think I can showcase you that. I'm not sure if I'm allowed.
Is it like a separate app, or?
Yeah, it is a separate app. We built a separate app. So this is all the brands that we have. So we can give a new brand name. It will show the preview here. We can configure all the things. This is an actual Flutter app that we have right now. So it will. We can upload the images. We can change the colors. We can enable or disable any features. So it loads instantly.
Yeah, I do understand the flow. I repeat that similarly in the SaaS, not in the Flutter side of things, like in the SaaS.
This is basically what we are doing is we are we are just trying to make ourselves jobless by doing this. Because everything product manager itself can do, so it makes easy for them.
Yeah, I do it, but for you have to, for him, it will be little hard. If you don't do this,
Yes, yes.
then it is like you have to manually configure those
Yes.
things and they will be like
Yeah. By doing this, we can generate a lot of revenue by onboarding new clients.
Yeah, you can quickly onboard lot of
Yes.
people there.
Yes.
What if you need to add something new? So for example, these are like existing functions. You just add it to this
Yes.
admin panel sort of thing. Am I right?
Yes.
And it applies to all the customers.
Yes. Not all the customers, only the customer that we have.
Like a set of feature use.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. That's interesting.
Any question? Any other people?
So I'm just saying this code actually. This is live preview. So this is kind of a portal we are just enabling disabling. It's like future flagging, right?
Yes, yes.
You are just enabling disabling.
Yes.
But the code should be in some place, right?
Actually, currently what we have is we have a current implementation. We also have future plans as well. So currently what we have is we do all this configuration. We, once everything is valid, this button will get enabled. You see here, right? Download zip. So this zip file will have the configuration needed for the that script that I mentioned before, right? That injects everything into Flutter. So it will have all this configuration. We just download this configuration from here and load it in the screen script that we have. That script will give us the build, whatever build we need, Android, iOS. But for future, what we are planning is the product manager itself will be able to download the APK.
It's not a future plan. You need to download a configure, then you need to run the script, then you will take the build, right?
Yes.
Take this configuration.
This is pre-configuration. First we need to load, then we take the build after.
So,
Right?
but we also have that in pipeline, like to enable a feature like the product manager will be able to download an APK after setting all of this. They will be able to download APK using a pipeline, a GitLab pipeline also.
அவங்க லைவ்ல போகும்போது ரெண்டும் தெரியணும் லைவ்ல போயிட்டு ஆக்சுவலி இது கட் ஆயிடுச்சு
So developer dependency will decrease more. We will be more jobless. That is where everything is heading, right?
பையன் மட்டும் தான் தெரியும் அவங்கள்ட்ட டிஸ்பிளேயோட போடுவோம் அது ஒர்க் ஆகும்
Yeah, exactly. I agree. I'm just joking here, but seriously. See, but to be serious, we need to do this, so that whichever organization we are working for, they generate more revenue, and they employ more people eventually, hopefully. Yes. There is no any other question. I can wrap. Thank you.
discussions are getting delayed because the persons are coming. So usually we do networking, right? In our free time, wherever we even go. Also, we will ask some seniors to work help. So we first discuss something, we will get learn from that, or something. Someone others also get learn, right? Usually, I haven't even I still talk because I was just came into half of the his session. So I just ask some questions, some new questions, so that I get new learn. I was thought we can make it as a GD. We can all ask some whatever things you may not about this. Even we took some sessions, other some personal things. Like one of the girl asks about something so that we can I can tell you about the show but like that, right? So some new discussion might come. So I was thought we can do some short DD where till the panel discussion starts. What do you think? Just a new networking. What do you guys think? Because usually that is what we do whenever we go to the community or even the tour with these guys. They always discuss about something tech related. Always speak about tech content because they are like that. So I guess we can make it more engaging. Because even I have a lot of things to ask. That there are some more experienced guys in this room. So that I was thought, okay, others also get. What do you say?
This interesting, just come to this place, we will come here and we will take a round table and guys.
We will use this big table. We have a big room. I'm with Pulava. Rohit, experienced guy in the room. Kumran, bro, நீங்க ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ் வாங்க. We will பேசி அத நம்ம வந்து குரூப்பா பேசுறோம்.
சும்மா மட்டும் வச்சுக்கோங்க.
Interesting. என்ன பேச போறோம் கரெக்ட். Usually in slums we do some brainstorming sessions for our product. Likewise, here anyone can raise any concerns about their or technical, any issues they are facing, need some solutions. So that what we thought that come. The top will be. So, I will give a short intro to whoever people say. Firdaus, one of the experienced guy. I guess he's an Australian now. And same title goes to that. And Rohit, I guess he's the youngest in this room, but in this room, he's the youngest guy, but he has some got talent more than twice his age. Then Ranga, like you can say, he must start a dictionary. Never heard of first call will be for him. Even he didn't know, he definitely has some idea, so that I will get okay. These are some ways I can say. Kumaran, what I can say. He has some output. He has some soul talent. So yeah, soul thing like whatever some tasks or some he will do it automatically. It goes to then I am you should among these things for past 2 years then I'm getting
Okay. Recently I quit my job. Now I'm looking for the opportunities in Chennai.
Oh, nice.
We can start using.
Yes. Where is the best
Bro, this is my first event.
Oh,
Some
so
tech
you
event.
are
This is
first
the first
tech
tech
event.
event.
So go. Isn't it good to go? Where are you from, bro?
From Tiruvallur.
Chennai, Malayali.
So I studied everything in Panimal.
எப்படி bro அந்த காலேஜ் பேர் வெள்ளவங்க
அடி பலமா அதுவும் பேசி வெல்கம் நெக்ஸ்ட்
ஸ்டார்ட் வித் செட்டப் பத்தி பேசலாம்
இங்க வந்து சொல்லல அல்ல ஓ யா ஜஸ்ட் கிவ் தி ஃபீட்பேக்
நீங்க சொல்லுங்க
பிரதாப்
3 years of brother.
இதுக்கு முன்னாடி
One business.
ஓகே டெவலப்மென்ட் பத்தி 3 இயர்ஸ் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி
3 years.
ஓ இன்ட்ரஸ்டிங் அவங்க
Passion இருந்துச்சு
இதுக்கு முன்னாடி நீங்க ஃப்ளட்டர் அட்டெண்ட் பண்ணீங்களா நம்ம ஃப்ளட்டர் நம்ம இல்ல பார்ட்னரா இருந்தா நம்ம ஃப்ளட்டர் ஒரு ஈவென்ட் நம்ம பண்றோம் ஆனா ஸ்பெசிஃபிக்காவே நாங்க மந்த்லி ஒன்ஸ் ஏதோ ஒரு ஈவென்ட் வந்து சென்னையில அப்பார்ட் பண்ணி சோ யூ மஸ்ட் ட்ரை நவ
எதனால இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் வந்துச்சு மெயினா வந்து கோடிங் பிளஸ் ஃப்ளட்டர்ல
கோடிங் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் நம்ம என்ன அதாவது பிஸ்னஸ் வந்து ஃபேமிலி சூழ்நிலை காரணமா பிஸ்னஸ் போயிட்டோம் ஏதாவது ஒன்று நம்ம இண்டிவிஜுவலாக சாதிக்கணும் அப்படின்னா நம்ம பேஷன் அது வரையில் அப்பா கம்பெனியில் தான் ஃப்ளட்டர் நல்லா
பிசினஸ்ல இருந்துட்டு அதுக்கப்புறம் ஃப்ளட்டர் வந்து ஏன்னா யூசுவலா லைக் டெவலப் பிசினஸ் கரியர்லயே எல்லாரும் யோசிப்பாங்க அதெல்லாம் கோடிங்க்கு டக்குனு யோசிப்பாங்க
கம்பெனி நான் ஜாயின் பண்ணும்போது அதுதான் எல்லாரும் பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணிட்டு
டீகோட் பண்ற மாதிரி கேட்கல பட் தாட் லைக் எப்படி சொல்றது லைக் கோடிங் இந்த லைக் ஏஜ்ல கொஞ்சம் பண்றது ஸ்டார்ட் பண்றதே கொஞ்சம் எல்லாரும் யோசிப்பாங்க அதுவும் எஸ்பெஷலி இந்த ஏஐ ஏரா அப்படின்றப்பலாம் ஆல்ரெடி எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் இருக்கிறவங்களே கொஞ்சம் தாட் இருக்கும் கோடிங் கண்டிப்பா நம்ம பண்ணணும் அது நம்ம பிசினஸ் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சோம் தாட் இருக்கும்
பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு அந்த தைரியம் வந்து
கண்டிப்பா
எனக்கு ரொம்ப எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் ஓகே गाइस
So myself, my name is Sriram. Currently, I'm a final year student in Saram. Like I'm not my course is mechatronics. So programming and computer science, app development, web development, I'm passion. So and also this one was.
Nice bro. Intro about yourself.
Myself Arish, I have 5 years of experience working in product. So currently I'm working at Comcast. So basically I'm one of the corporate member for number company. So happy to be here.
Flutter boy.
No.
Flutter boy. We can search in sales team. Who is a Flutter boy? Okay guys. Pratap.
So I'm Pratap. I work in a Singapore-based fintech currency exchange company. So India, Kuda, and there I've been traveling for 1.5 years.
Road trip.
Singapore exchange.
I'm Riyaz Akhtar. இப்போதான் கரெக்டாக 12th முடிச்சிட்டேன். டெவலப்மெண்ட் அண்ட் தென் பேர் ரெண்டல் சர்வீஸில் ஒர்க் பண்ணுறது பிடிக்கும். நான் 9th ஸ்டாண்டர்டில் அன்ரிஜிஸ்டர்ட் கம்பெனி ஒன்று வச்சுருந்தேன். ரைசன் ஸ்டூடியோஸ் நீங்கள் செக் பண்ணி பார்க்கலாம். ரைசன் டாட் ஸ்டூடியோன்ட்டு. ஸோ சர்வீஸ்னால் எனக்கு
I'm currently doing my master's MTech at Computer Science at SRM. I know many of you like Rohit and I'm being part of Namo Flutter. So I'm leading the tech community at this.
Okay, myself Bharat. Flutter developer for like 6-7 years. Doing it. So I'm working for a UK-based company, Doshi Private Limited. So full work from home. Like I'll be staying in Chennai and doing stuff. In that part, like sometimes like I try to contribute myself to Flutter community, like doing some packages and open source packages and stuff. But yeah, being a contributor for Namo Flutter.
I am Adi. I'm a third year student, and I like to explore all the techs. When I say all techs, I like to go from IoT to backend, application, desktop, like that. Wherever techs is there, I like to explore. That's my goal.
So that major motive of this conversation is to ask some doubts. We need to brainstorm how to fix that in efficiently. Whatever you guys in mind for first.
Start with the basic question like why we like I don't know Flutter or like what's the problem in it? Let's start with that and let's start with that. Maybe like I'll start like what I like about Flutter. It's super easy to code and obviously like better in single code base or something and the one thing I like most in Flutter is actually the declarative part of programming. That's actually like currently I'm actually for the past 2 or 3 months I've been working in React app. The one thing I'm missing most is the declarative format Flutter is offering. Natively the Flutter developers encourage you to, and the Flutter itself built with the declarative part of programming in mind. I mean declarative is kind of like functional way of programming throughout the entire widget stack, like the tree. That kind of development like unlocks like a lot of like stuff like it kind of feels like it gives like most control and you could actually abstract away a lot of things. So for example, you can actually reuse a lot of stuff since it's like a function based like programming structure. You can like let's say there is a loading pattern. Obviously, like, for whatever the network request, you always need to load something, and you need to like reuse the same widget for mostly same widget wherever something is loading, right? So in that case, I find it hard to work on the like imperative style followed by React. You need to like and reuse the same code. In Flutter, it's you can just abstract away in the separate code, and you can reuse it like much easier. That's one thing I'm missing in React. But yeah, that's for a declarative framework. Like until I start working on React, I didn't know like I know Flutter is declarative, but I didn't know like how much of control it's actually giving us. So that part I really like.
So you are missing an imperative thing in React, right?
No, React is
not
React was basically. I was speaking about React, but React is also a declarative.
No. Like what I'm saying is like the programming practice you do, right? So the way you use hooks and stuff, it actually what can I say? It suggests you to work imperatively. Like if you use hooks, like you use like declare a variable and use hook something, and you do the imperative. But Flutter is totally different, right? So.
Waiting for you only.
Oh no. All my haters are right here.
Where is Sustin?
He is a common man.
Yeah. He is the main driver. Wait for him. He's the one that.
The opposite guy of the radio.
This is Krishnaraj.
He is a founder of KUG.
You guys can't bring the founder of a Kotlin group person into number Flutter and then don't expect some messy things to happen. I'm just kidding. I love Flutter.
I don't think so.
It's very nice. Flutter is cool. About myself? I love Flutter. I was an object already. Super fan of Flutter. The name's Krishnaraj. The moment I entered, I felt a little bit of hostile environment. Making myself clear. I'm a peaceful guy. been working there for the past 4 years now, and that's eventually when I thought, maybe Kotlin needs exposure. Everybody's known with Java, right? So Kotlin is like the next step of Java, because now they're deprecating Java and almost all the skills. If you take a look at Spring Boot, which was a very Java-dominated field, now has a separate section for Kotlin migration as well. So eventually, Kotlin is coming up as a conqueror for Java. Not for good Flutter, no. Flutter is very simple. I wouldn't say that. Okay. Even in that time space is when KMP came up, Kotlin multi-platform also came up, but it was maturing. So there is a small hint or a backstory into KMP and Flutter itself. I'll come to that later. But yeah, KUG was founded, so Kotlin User Group, Chennai was founded just about a year back. So it's only been a year and few months. And we had a couple of events which barely fills up any attendance because all the number Flutter people consume them. Yeah, we've been trying to emphasize Kotlin enthusiasts and bring in the highlight into building multi-platform apps along with Kotlin. But Flutter and Kotlin, we can agree on one common enemy now, is that Swift is somehow trying to come up with multi-platform apps. Like who asked Swift? Where are you coming from? In the middle of these all the good frameworks. See, the whole multi-platform architecture started in the days of Cordova, Ionic, and all of those, and then eventually React Native, the React framework came in, and then Flutter. Right? The thing is, if we are to look into this parent-child thing, then Flutter and Kotlin really can't fight because the parent is the same. This is like sibling war. Yeah, sibling wars are the best, by the way, but this is like siblings, right? Both of them have their own merits and demerits, obviously. And the best part is, Flutter people know their merits and demerits. Kotlin people know their merits and demerits. They just don't agree on each other's merits and demerits. So, the backstory that I was talking about is the highlight that I would like to do. So, Flutter came way back before Kotlin, multi-platform started. That's what people thought. The problem is, when Flutter was being built and the background engine was based on Dart, right? The whole language was being set up, and it was completely brought by Google. Now, Dart was a language that was completely standalone out of everything to bring this whole concept of declarative UI, right? So you have widget systems in your in Flutter architecture, and then you will see similarities in Jetpack Compose. So Flutter was technically like the experimental child out of which you can bring up all sorts of other projects. So declarative UI, Flutter started it. They finished it in Jetpack Compose. Same way, Kotlin multi-platform was also going through a lot of version changes, but nobody batted an eye into it because neither JetBrains highlighted it or showcased it outside. Neither they gave any examples or sample apps out there. So there was just demo apps floating around, which were nowhere closer to Flutter. But whatever the mistakes Flutter was making, whatever the issues they were facing in Flutter, they were fixing it in the background for Kotlin. Until Kotlin became completely stable, which is after 15 versions or so, Flutter became stable pretty fast, right? Exactly. So that got matured pretty fast. So companies started adopting them earlier, and obviously multi-platform race was going on. So they needed one of the players, either React Native or Flutter. Flutter was way too easier to set up and build rather than React Native because everything is almost there. It's like a proper scaffolding. Throw it a bunch of widgets and you're done with the app. So Kotlin was noting all of those. Now what did Kotlin do? Declarative UI, Jetpack Compose, the shared code base power of Kotlin, they merged it together and then they said KMP is ready. That's when it came in. So in between you would have observed that Flutter had a huge delay of update. There was like a pause moment for Flutter where the updates were not that frequent. Like community-wise there was super development going on. Community adoption was high. Production level, all the companies have adapted to Flutter apps. Now migration would be a big trouble. So KMP did not get exposure on the career side as well. So now it needed to bring in base. So what did Google pull off? They said Kotlin will be our official language for Android. They pulled it off. They deprecated everything else. Jetpack Compose will now be the new and flashy UI toolkit that we will use for declarative UI going on forward. So the thing that they were trying to do is, Google was trying to convince that you don't need a new learning curve. If you're an Android engineer already, then you don't need to learn Dart. If you know Kotlin, you are technically already a multi-platform developer. So that is pretty much how both of them have been going step by step. But without Flutter, maybe to this day, KMP wouldn't have existed. But that's the thing. It was like an experimental phase and alpha beta going on between both sets. So that is my thoughts and what I've observed in terms of careers as well as the GitHub trackers and issue trackers that has been going on. So yeah. Oh, I was supposed to just give my intro. Sorry.
You finished it.
Oh yeah, I came in, put my points on this. Yeah, that's fine.
We can discuss more. I'm not much of a Kotlin enthusiast. Even I only heard like these much things first time for Kotlin. I'm a native Flutter developer, completely not a native Flutter developer. That is a new thing. Because I started my career as a Flutter developer. So right now I'm exploring native and native frameworks with Kotlin. So one time in earlier when I started my career, one of my CEOs is like, which multi-platform you suggest to develop a product if you're building a product? I didn't have answer on that much, so I guess I'm forwarding this question to Kotlin. Recent days we have already on a race, like we have a lot of options like Tech Native, Ionic. Even one of my CEO, like previous CEO using Ionic to make the power cross platform. So we have options. What would you suggest for that CEO question? Including like Flutter, he already gave an option. He includes Kotlin as well. MP, Tech Native and Flutter. If you choose one thing, you need to convince me with the reasons. What will you
Actually, I will start with asking more questions. Like what is
Actually depends on
Before that I ask of money. Before that I ask of money. So
if you have more money, we will provide a different developer for different platform. In case the
but it's not just about the money, right? Like it's also about maintaining the sync between the. So it's not just about the money. I said even if I have a lot of money, only if I need to, I go to the native platform. Or else I could still go to
depends on the domain.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Depends whether it's a new for its already existing product, like you have to migrate it to multi-platform. Then if it's already in React or something web version, React Native would be a better option. So like that way, based on the requirements, it may vary. So if we care about the performance and all, we can choose it.
Actually, that he was a tech guy. So he was working in coding things in earlier, some 15 years of experience. Explained some Java, then he worked on some testing as well. So he became CEO, then only he started with it. So technically he can understand. Yes. Money is also key. So he asked me, what will be good on the performance, team scaling up, when the product itself, what would be like in that manner, not in the money, performance and the team scalability, code maintainability in future. That's the age like that is.
Actually, let's talk about like each and every point. Like let's just talk about the performance. Like even if performance is the priority, I don't know. Like are you seeing that much of difference from native development, the Flutter, React Native, like whatever? Do you guys have some thoughts on that?
Actually, it depends on the team. The team is more favored with React Native. Just go with React Native. Don't convince anyone to.
Let's actually try to convince. Like Flutter, let's try to think of the performance. Like, let's say the topic is performance. What Flutter offers to maintain that much of performance?
He already has better team.
Yeah. Let's forget about that. Let's start now about the performance in Flutter first. What do you think?
End of the day, just a skill issue.
Yeah.
I have a few points on that. I think it again boils down, at least in Flutter case, Flutter, unfortunately, because of other discrepancies, very first bottleneck.
So this one?
The design system.
That's the reason they have started to deconstruct.
Started, exactly. That's the reason. So they had to wait all this time to face a bottleneck. They were so free about it. And said nobody's going to do that adaptation anyways. So they didn't think about defragmenting this. Before this, they were like, where should we do that? Now it does not have
matches, the accessibility, and all of this, like proper packaging. So this is something that Flutter lacked. And then they realized that, oh no, so there are exactly after all this, we are lacking behind. React Native caught up with that because they are like that's Linux rich. You can easily use the API from iOS and then you can even they do the same thing with Vue. At the end of the day, Flutter was still a canvas editor. The issue with React Native is that it's still a looper, not a true multi-threaded application. Flutter has multi-threading, but it does not have that design connectivity on the system level of API. That's when Kotlin is like, all of those covered here. So now Kotlin can cover. So the thing is, Kotlin is not even selling it in a way that build your apps completely with KMP. That's not what they are selling it. The selling point is, if your app is made with iOS, even if it's Swift, keep the logic with Swift, no problem. Keep the logic as Swift. Build the UI with Kotlin. You can still ship it. So
I thought we can build the UI in Swift.
Yeah, exactly. So that came in recently.
Okay.
So when Swift started bringing up this, I think in the new latest Apple WWDC, they announced it that now Swift is going into a multi-platform space. That is something you can look at.
I don't think they will.
That's not an So Kotlin is like the KMP level is extremely fragmented and component-based. It's not like a complete ecosystem. You can put in your own elements. For instance, in an Android app, in native Android app, you can always choose between Java or Kotlin. You can always choose between XML or UI. So you can plug in. It's like a plugin system. Same way with KMP. If you are not familiar with Android code base, use your own Swift code initially for migration phase. Use your Swift for the logic part, setting up the repositories, the architecture, and all of the logic. Build the UI with Kotlin, and then it is still built together. No issues at all. Later on, if you want to change the logic as well to Kotlin, you can write it in Kotlin and ship it together. So that ease of access was not there in anywhere. So migration, the main hitting point for Kotlin was ease of migration. Because React Native and Flutter was going into a bottleneck because of these surrounding issues, Kotlin captured that space of migration. But again, like someone suggested, budget. You need to hire a native Android engineer or someone who knows Kotlin to be able to do that. But if your company already has like Flutter engineer, what will they do? They can't go around learning Kotlin all over again. Neither can they wait for Flutter to drop updates to cover all of those aspects. Same way for React. So I think that is where even the companies are facing bottlenecks, unfortunately. But whoever has had Kotlin, they can easily do the migration. That is my point.
But how many companies realize those as the bottlenecks? Like you talk about like the design systems bottleneck, right? Like, I don't know, do every company worry about that?
Definitely not. That's exactly where I was saying that companies usually rely on their own custom brand guidelines, right? So their own colors and their own components, how they want the shadows or animation or whatever it is. They usually want it custom. And you don't really build apps from the actual design system itself. If it is liquid glass, the liquid glass bottom navigation is like a floating liquid panel. But it's not usually very appealing. It's like transparency is there and you don't choose that for your most of the apps. So you will end up building a custom component anyways. The thing about iOS is that there are certain system components that the developers have no control. Few of them are navigation. The navigation buttons in all the apps if you update would have been changed to liquid glass. Second is the date picker. Horrible date picker, but they don't give access to properly change that. You will have to write it from scratch. So these are abstraction level in iOS that restricts you already from being able to ship it in a proper design guideline. Now the problem is there is half liquid glass going around in your design, and then there is half your own custom theme going in your design. So that is where you choose whether it is okay of a sacrifice for your company. If you see that the trajectory of your user base is dropping or whatever. If not, it's not a big deal, then the companies are mostly, 90% of the companies are just going ahead because you can't help it. So
can't put so much more budget to hire new engineers all over again. Rather lose the user base where we were monetizing than hire new engineers all over again. So it is again a business level of decision based on architectural principles. Did I just finish the discussion?
But what about the web support? Like, do KMP have?
Yes.
Yeah.
Web support is maturing, but I wouldn't say that it is in that level. But the fun part is, you know how web now has like this Flexbox and all of those. So if you search about Flexbox, Jetpack Compose, so the UI department is not exactly just Kotlin reliant. It's more of Jetpack Compose, the UI toolkit itself. If the toolkit allows it, then Kotlin allows it. So KMP is dependent on CMP. These are two different things. KMP does not come shipped with Jetpack Compose. CMP is Compose multi-platform. If you want to build front-end apps, only when you're thinking about front-end apps, then it's KMP, CMP. KMP means the logic is written in Kotlin. CMP as the UI written in Compose. So to answer you shortly, yes, there are web adaptations happening now. Because earlier, we used to have devices with landscape mode, portrait mode, where the view needs to shift. Android has completely gotten rid of that, and they simply put it as, let's have it just breakpoints. If the screen breakpoint is bigger, like web, we will expand the views, we will give full width or whatever. So that is how the language is going around right now, and KMP is adapting to it. I'll talk about the performance part. You asked about the app performance. You're right. There is not that much of a performance sacrifice or hitting when it comes to Kotlin apps and Flutter apps. Both have almost the same performance. I'll tell you where the downside is. If you're trying to build GPU rendered apps, games, you can't do that. You will have to do native. You can build with Unity plugin and Flutter, you can make it work. But if you want the performance thing, then native Android as well as Kotlin is the way to go. Secondly, packaging. The app sizes are massive in React Native and Flutter. So if you're worried about your users having to download like a very big package for a simple application, even the user would feel stupid. I'm like, I wasted my 300 megabytes of data just for a simple single page application. Because they wouldn't know until they download it. And after download, if they feel that regret, that is one user that you're losing. So these are the two things. I wouldn't say performance is the actual hit, but this is more of, again, a bottleneck that is happening because of the architectural limitation.
Actually, I feel like even iOS build itself, it's much more than like Android build, right? Like native iOS build.
It is very heavy.
Yeah, it's
the same app in Android and iOS.
Exactly,
Extremely heavy.
3 times.
Exactly. But that's the way iOS operates.
Yeah.
So in Kotlin, in Java, we package it with JVM. Later it goes through the compiler, it interprets, and then it depackages, it unzips itself, and then the assets are stored as text files and all of those, right? In iOS, there is no packaging going. It is an app that is, let's say, put in a zip.
Exactly.
When it installs, it unzips, and the assets are ready to use.
Yeah.
So you instantly access them. But in Android, that's the reason the RAM consumption and everything is so much more efficient.
That's actually one of the reason why iOS apps actually installation time is low. Like it's not a download time, just the installation time. Once it's complete download, it just installs in 1 or 2 seconds. That's it.
Because it's just
unzips it basically.
It is more like installing a PWA app in your device. So that's how iOS app installs, and that's the reason the packaging is high, because there is no big amount of code obfuscation going on, or R8 and all of those that Android has in stripping down the code. That is not happening in iOS. Like this is the code you wrote, which is the exact same code in your device.
They also don't split the APK
Exactly.
So one thing Android does.
Android has to, and Android also has to consider the different
of the apps that you now see in App Store, if the app works on iPad, then it wouldn't work on iPhone. Unless and until it's like a higher range of your iPhone release. That is just the business logic. The same way how the portrait mode zoom in is logged just because it's not a pro version. In software level, it's just a log. It's not that the device is not capable of zooming in. It has the lens, but it's just business tactics. So they are completely. That's the reason I hate iOS and iPhone Apple more than itself.
Development wise,
Exactly.
Yeah, easy.
So let's now come to the learning curve. So if we come to beginner, what would you rather suggest? So Flutter,
Obviously.
So it's going to be a
enterprise level product. So will it suggest the learning
curve be higher?
Yeah, I'll tell you, this part is a bit tricky. If you learn, the learning part of Flutter is lower, the art is higher. You consider both. Now, you will also have to remind yourself about the future scope. Flutter has a future, cool. But if you learn that, then you're only a Flutter. Okay. With Flutter, you can build backends. With Flutter, you can build web applications. But this has to be only data. Right? With Kotlin. Now Kotlin is capturing major space in the backend as well. KMP is covered. So, like I said, it's an ease of engineering. If you're an Android engineer, then call yourself as a Kotlin backend engineer, call yourself as a Kotlin multi-platform engineer, call yourself as whatever you want, a native Android engineer. That's 3 different domains captured in one language. But how much are we seeing Dart's projection when it comes to backend applications or API creations, all of those? If you look at Kotlin's plugin system, there is native Kotlin written libraries like Ktor and all of those, which has both client and server side within that one single library. So Fast API helps you create, let's say in Python, Fast API helps you create APIs, right? Then you will have to rely on something else in the front end side to fetch the API, right? I think it's called Axon. Was that Axon or something that was being used in web for the most part? Axios, yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm not a web guy, so exactly. But yeah, my pet projects are web because it's vibe coded. Who cares? So, but in Android, if you want to create your own APIs and you want to fetch the same API, you just plug in one library, and that's called Ktor. You can host it within the app. So you know how you have to do npm run dev, and then there's localhost coming up. There you will have your static JSON or whatever is projected. Here in app level, you already have the localhost running within the app. You just put the URL in the client side, and it's running. You don't have to run it separately, just to be able to test. Testability of front-end application is extremely easier. There is so much granularity that you can keep building layers on top of it. So yes, scalability, if your app is going to be extremely modular, Kotlin will have a higher edge on that. Especially if it is like a client as well as back-end and front-end facing application. Yeah.
I don't know about the approach like Flutter and other platforms to Flutter is, with those Jasper, right? Okay, that's one. Before that, we basically wrote the front engines and rendered it to web. But how is this the scene coding multi-platform? How are they approaching the? You guys any thought on that? Or do you like the Flutter's way of implementation, and do you have any suggestion on that?
Jasper is for websites. What is third party, right? That's all. Just like as out of box.
I think both Kotlin and Flutter can compete in the web space. You can be intermediary, like a small project kind of a holder, if it is like web projects.
but you can never compete with the amount of frameworks and amount of libraries that web keeps growing, and the community is massive. You put Flutter and Kotlin community together, it still wouldn't surpass the web community. But that's also the reason why the web space is very competitive. Full stack engineering, the roles are everywhere, right? And it's extremely competitive. You're not getting selected easily. So I think if you are going to choose Kotlin and Dart or Flutter anyways, but if you're thinking about building a web app, then you've just started off in the wrong foot. Don't start with Kotlin or Flutter if all you wanted to do is build a web app. Because
just saying leaving down your
exactly. Because web has also given you the ability to change or have native sort of experiences now. That's the whole reason PW existed. And PW existed way before Kotlin, Flutter or any of those showed up. So you build an app and now you have PWA support. You can install it in any devices, and then you have Electron.js. Native sort of desktop application comes out of it in seconds. You don't have to write anything. You have one code base, do it all. But in every other languages, in Flutter, Kotlin, we say one code base and you do it all. No, it's not that easy. You still have to write a lot of system level code, but in web you don't need to do any of those. It is the worst. In terms of performance, memory is like, you open VS Code, that's the same thing.
VS Code is somewhat optimized, but if you open Slack or Teams,
exactly.
it's the worst fit.
Memory will be I mean, if you're running a Windows laptop especially, forget about memory. It is now a cooking pan.
Anyone from web to defend your
Oh yeah.
You want to see something?
What should I do now?
We ran out of enemies.
What is the context?
We ran out of enemies, so now we need the web guy.
Why did you say truce? I don't want you guys to be friends.
No, because we all have our limitations and we agreed upon it. Web is going beyond that, so.
Yes.
We also have Wasm in Flutter.
Yeah. We just don't talk about it. We have Wasm in KMB as well. We just don't talk about it because it is like that one malformed baby that came out and is clueless about the world. It's like, why do I exist when web has captured the Wasm market already? So, if no companies would be using Wasm from Kotlin or Flutter. Do any companies actually use it? They will not. Capability is there. Just because you are capable does not mean that you should be using it. Is the bottom line where Flutter and Kotlin will draw the line. If it is Wasm or anything to do with Java layer, JavaScript layer of abstraction, we wouldn't like to compete. But multi-threading, that will come back to the native sphere, because if JavaScript is only going to be looping forever, you queue the process and you keep looping it, you're not getting that kind of multi-threaded performance. So that the native platforms have a little bit of it. How is multi-threading done in Flutter? I was always curious.
We have isolates. But we cannot share memory.
There you go. Exactly. This is what I was curious about. So you can't share memory, and as in multi-threading, you basically thread your own processes, but you don't capture the CPU level of threads to run your different memories. Yeah. That was a smart move by Flutter to solve the problem. But there's like a hacky solution that they did.
It works actually.
It works, yeah. So, again, point for Kotlin.
Actually, Flutter defends it by saying since it's like a UI layered application, you don't want any thread to loop itself and it goes to like deadlock state. So they're saying like keeping memory different, it actually helps the UI layer to be consistent and
I mean, when it comes to UI, asynchronous process is very important.
Yeah.
If there is no asynchronicity, then forget about UI. If you use iOS applications, the amount of time it kills the app in the background is so frustrating. Put it in the, right? Now, kill the app, dump a lot of messages in your WhatsApp itself, maybe with images and everything. Now open the app. Now try typing anything in the keyboard until the entire messages and all the background downloads have been finished. Keyboard will be like, no, I'm not capable of it.
we don't do that here. That's the kind of thing that happens. So even iPhones can't brag that much about multi-threaded processing.
Yeah, in Flutter basically use like event loop architecture to know that.
So even the languages are like, bro, we can only do as much. The platform is not allowing us.
Yeah.
Like ask Apple devs to do something about it. But have you guys used Xcode?
Yeah.
Right?
Of course we have.
Seen how terrible it is, right?
So what's the idea?
Exactly. I think actually VS Code is better. You just start color coding the class names and function names and whatever it feels.
Difficult to find the option also.
Yeah, exactly. Try finding and replacing. No, try refactoring. Like function name in different files. Forget about it. Exactly.
It's actually a tool to develop, but they develop it like it's like a, I don't know, like a fancy application that.
I don't know why they did that. So many options in like a single thing.
You can't even do network debugging. If you have Xcode, you will have to purchase or download few more extra apps just to be able to debug the application. Like you need a separate logger, you need a separate network debugger.
Yeah.
Like, what is this ID existing for? Absolutely nothing. This is what
I think they already decided no one can use this.
Oh, yeah.
So EA Sports, no? You have to buy every single
They are like EA, it's like microtransaction and everything. Or you want this feature? $20. Only now they've adapted AI models in Xcode. And AI hallucinates so much that you turn it off and do your own code. It's like, I want this change in this controller. Like, no, you're wrong. I do the coding somewhere else. Like, but that is not even the controller code. You're dropping it in UI layer. Like, how much it's always fun to pitch about iOS and their very developer friendly environment.
Talking about AI, which AI agent do you suggest for Android?
Android?
In Flutter we have cloud code and anti-gravity.
Same cloud code. There's nothing is doing better than cloud code.
That's like universal, right?
Exactly. In Android Studio, you do have integrated agentic development system there. So Gemini is there. In Gemini highest level, if you use, right now it is doing a bit of good amount of coding part. At least in our company, we've got premium GitHub Copilot license. The best part about that is you plug it in from the marketplace. Forget about the Gemini or whatever there was in ID already. There is a new chat window that opens up. Now, there you have access to all the models. So be it Opus, be it Sonnet. I think Opus 4.7 just released. And it was still 4.6, now 4.7 is be it Sonnet, whatever you want to use. But the more you use it, the more you can forget about the credits. It's like tokens will drain. It's like they will mention very specifically, this Opus model will drain 3 times. You use Haiku, it's like 0.5%. What are you sacrificing? Hallucination. Which can hallucinate more? That's the thing. But yeah, I think anti-gravity is doing very good for web now. Like I said, web is like, it's going somewhere else beyond. It's like, for web, at least when it comes to data training, it's like we have Stack Overflow since ages, where web community has been dumping things that we can train on. That's not the same case for Flutter or Kotlin. So we are like seasoned developers who have seen more errors than good.
We also don't have proper architecture for Flutter for the AI to train on.
Yeah.
Ask it to build a calculator application. It will bring a 4-year-old architecture into a calculator.
Exactly. When you see the code, any.
What kind of requirements?
Simple calculator application. It will use widget function instead of stateless. That's the one thing they still haven't fixed. In Opus 4.7 also the same issue.
Same thing. Because Opus is like, we didn't train enough. Your community is so slow that we barely got data to train on all of those stuff. So even if you look at the code, you will immediately realize like, stop, I'll just continue from here. You give me the template, I'll do the refactoring and I'll be done.
Let's also talk about the development experience in different language like Dart, Kotlin, and Java.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be good. What do you think like good in Dart?
You say documentation,
And not talking about the like, experience. What I'm saying is like the type safe, like those kind of programming language level feature.
After uncertainty, I would say they caught up with a lot of the basic tests.
Uncertainty is pretty good. Yeah.
Back developer, whatever they one day they send a string, another day they send a sum.
Exactly.
I don't know how to do it.
I like about the extension development. You can extend any custom method for any
It's actually inspired from Foss.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it's the same thing in the same building.
Exactly. That's good. Goes back to the first point where I said that Kotlin was that secret project, like Area 33 project, which was observing all the demerits of every language possible. JavaScript, Java, Swift, Dart. They saw all of those. And then Kotlin was building right behind it. So now type safety, null safety, or even typecasting variables, or all of those, none of those are required now. It's like in Java, you have to define that one is a boolean or a string or whatever. In Kotlin, you just say val or var based upon mutability or immutability. You just put equal to, and whatever you put in there, Kotlin already knows. Put it under double quotation, it's a string. You put it with decimal point, it's a float point. Oh no, you put it in decimal point, it's like integral or whatever, and then float point with an f. So Kotlin has become so smart that it made the developers lazy. Like, let's code. And most of the Kotlin code looks like you're writing only English letters. It's like you're writing English passages. The only thing that we need to worry about in Kotlin right now is naming conventions. Like, how do you name the functions? How do you name the classes? Yeah, that is our only concern. Because if we don't understand that, then we can't, the readability of the code will go away. Because some of the interns that I've seen code the function names, like,
It's also a strongly type-safe language, right?
yeah, extremely.
But it also like offers dynamic types as well.
Yes. If you want to go ahead and typecast something with the parameters name, you can do that. But if you don't want to, you can completely skip it. I mean, putting the colons and all of those, everything is gone.
Yeah, too much of experience.
Exactly,
like I said, readability goes down. If you start using shortcuts, readability goes down. So you code something and then the other developer comes and is like,
not necessarily other developer.
same after 1 week, yeah. After 1 week, you visit the code, it's like,
இது நானா பண்ணேன்? Exactly. Sometimes the confusion is also in mostly like, so in parameters in the constructor, let's say there's like 3 parameters. If you don't typecast them, you put random numbers, then different parameters will get different numbers. It's like you would say in parameters, let's say there is first name, last name, and then there is city. Okay, but without typecasting, you start filling up Chennai. It'll think that first name is Chennai because you didn't typecast the variable name. So that's where the mistake happens. And then the front end app is like, yeah, exactly. So you will be like, address tappa irukke. But yeah, typecasting is important now. And then go through the loop of finding the original. The data model எங்கப்பா நான் define பண்ணேன். But at least good thing is that in Android Studio it will tell you that you're stupid. Android Studio will instantly mark a yellow line as a first warning. They're like, Thambi, you've already defined this. You're trying to write the same definition again. Yeah, exactly. iOS will not. iOS is like compile, full compile panni mudi. Then only no runtime errors, only real time errors. Take it and leave it.
automatically. Whenever you can change the icon
Icon. Okay.
So Samsung and then some devices work fine. I mean,
OEM level locks.
but I don't know how Swiggy Zomato.
So அதுக்கு என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னா Swiggy or Zomato or whatever it is, most of the applications are now having another abstraction layer, which is server driven UI. The assets, the new app icons or whatever comes from the server, because just ஒரு புதுசா ஒரு 4 ஐக்கன் ரிலீஸ் பண்ணிருக்கேன், இதுக்காக நீங்க வந்து full app திருப்பி டவுன்லோட் பண்ற மாதிரி இருந்தா கஷ்டம், right? So through server they send in these assets. In real time, the JVM is already interacting with your application level and in OEM interference, right? So there are a lot of interface classes that the application hooks. So we create hooks. So we create hooks and then we switch the apps. But yeah, in OEM levels, you will have to figure it out. Yeah. If they give you negative feedback, it's like in the phone, Samsung, switch to Xiaomi. That switch off but on பண்ற காலம் முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. Thanks up.
So if you want to attend, please be seated. We will continue with that.
Yeah. எல்லாத்தையும் வச்சு சாப்பிட்டு எத்தனை உண்டு
Go.
www.fossrelated.org. We can move the audio. Screen share. So, who all are here for the OpenStreetMap workshop? Anyone who does not have a laptop? Okay, you can observe or you can join us tomorrow. There is a mapping party tomorrow from 4 to 6, 4 to 7. You can scan this QR code for it. Let me give it to you. There we will use our phones. Today we learn from our laptops. So you can scan this QR code for it. And those who are joining today, just please click attend. Just open this URL and please click attend. Those who have a laptop today, please scan this URL and I think you can just copy the link, type the link. Those with a laptop, please open this link and just click attend on the event. It will ask you to make an account, make the account, and don't use your real name for the account. We can join with our OSM account, right? Yes. I'll repeat. So, those who have a laptop, please open this link and click attend. If it asks you to create an account, create the account and don't use your real name for the account. Just announce to everyone at the workshop. I can post it in just go out and give a call. Everyone's made their accounts. Click attend. You are participating, right?
That's it. Okay.
So, acha. Your username is Saeed Jafar K. Have you clicked attend? give me the ID number again. Sure. I went to this one. Oh, it's on my phone, yes. I think it worked okay. Your username is? I see. Yours? Jairaj Kannan. Your username? I'm not seeing it here. Did you click attend? Acha, yours?
There are 2 items. I think you might have signed up for tomorrow. So.
ID is like 4379. Oh.
Yeah, good. I need to do this because so I can check data what everyone's done. If everyone's made any mistakes, I can fix them. I'm responsible for the data entered. So you're making an account.
Can't can you?
I see. Yours? That's a
Zoom in பண்ணி இருக்கு.
Those who don't have a laptop, you can only observe today. It's very difficult to teach one set of people on the laptop, one set of people on the phone. So phones we'll use tomorrow. Come for the mapping party tomorrow. Click attend on the lower link, and I'll see you there. And okay, so the people with the laptops have made their accounts also. It's such a email might take some time to come. Yes. Okay, so let's go to the OSM website, openstreetmap.org, and you can scroll around the map, have a look at things wherever you live, and you can try inspecting this data with this query features button. You can try inspecting things. So click on something, and you can try inspecting the data. OSM data is basically made of has like 3 elements. One, the node, a point. Another is the way, as in a line or an area. The third is the relation, which is a collection of nodes or ways or something. And all of them have key values or tags. So how do I know what this polygon is? What is it? It is a barrier equal to city wall, and it is it's also a building, and then it has a name. That's the tags it has. and it's made up of these nodes. This line contains these nodes. Acha, so how many of you attended the talk in the morning? OSM talk? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Many of you were not there, I see. So in the morning, I talked about some ways you can use OpenStreetMap. You can, yeah, this. Okay, see. So these are some applications you can use for yourself. They are all freedom-respecting software. So you can just take a photo or something if you want, and yeah, these we will work on tomorrow, but today we'll work with this application. If you want to use OSM data, this is if you want to help those applications get better. And if you want to use OSM for in your projects or on your websites, so if you want to use OSM, these are your resources which you can check out for developers. So yeah, now because a lot of people try to use the website as an end user application, it's not really made for that. So let's see. So what else can we do here? You can click the history button and see which people have been edited nearby. You can also click on somebody's username and to see their profile. So this is me, and there is a contribution graph there. You can see all of their specific edits also. So these are all the edits by me, recent edits by me. So can everyone open some place they are familiar with on OSM? You can search for the name, search by name also. So search for a place you are familiar with and see if there's something missing. One person can come here. You can use my laptop.
Anyone interested? So if anyone interested, you can use me and laptop. If you want, try it out. Come forward.
Do we have to come there or just?
Yes, you have to come there.
Yeah. Come on.
something that's missing? Something to add?
I think he clicked some change set, I guess. So,
Let's go with the insert software. This is anything other? You can close the change set sidebar to not accidentally click on a change set. Or something. So everyone's found something? Oops. It's supposed to be here. Oh. Cool. So in this area now let's start editing. So you all some of you have already tried some different layers, and you have already seen different ways of rendering this data, right? There's the cyclosm layer, there's the gray stack topological layer. Anyway, so there's a lot more ways of working with this, and but now you can start editing. So click the edit button there, and it's going to put you into the web-based editor. And if it asks you to do the walkthrough, that's a good idea. You can try that. Anyone doing the walkthrough? Doing it? That's excellent. Oh, this is my. Do you have a laptop? You can take it out and you participate.
F மட்டும் போட்டு விட்டுட்டேன். ஓகே அது அந்த இதெல்லாம் பண்ணக்கூடாது.
I'll be right back.
black color பார்த்து ஸ்ட்ரீட் லைட் மட்டும் பார்த்து
If you are editing, I think some people have already started playing around. So please only add things which actually exist. Don't be like the triple IIT Lucknow people who added a volcano on their college campus. Don't do that. Only things which actually exist. Okay, so I'm going to click edit and let's try adding some points here. And you can see the satellite imagery here. If it's not clear, if it's not good, you can go into the background settings. You can. I usually use this one, S3 World Imagery, and there's also this S3 World Imagery Clarity Beta, which is much clearer, but it's also very old. A-level imagery is like usually a few months to a few years old. So I usually use S3 World Imagery, and let's see what we can add. I think I'll come to the IIT Madras campus. Where is it? Hey, cross reaper. Yeah.
There it is, near BT National.
So, there's a lot of trees here, and that's a good way to demonstrate what we can add. Let's click on point, and if I want to add a tree, so many. But anyway, I can just click on somewhere and I'll write tree, and that's it. We have created a tree. And now I can upload my changes with the save button. Just like a git commit message, we have to write something like that. So change it, comment. I'll write added tree. Source is aerial imagery, and that's it. You can upload. Right. So you can try adding some points. You can add shops, you can add bus stops, you can add trees, ATMs, trash cans, benches, all these things you can add as points. So try adding some points, and then we'll move on to lines. So if you want to see what something is like, if I want to see what this white line is, I'll click on it and look at the tags. These tags give me an idea, or the feature type will give me an idea. And I can also click on the eye to learn more about the what the feature is about. You can also click the eye again to see what, like for any field, to explain more. Right? Click the eye. Like a state boundary, country boundary, that's an administrative boundary. So adding the junction here is not a good idea. We have to extend the code. Just go here. on the, if you want to exit the editor, click on the OpenStreetMap thing on the top. Is the road showing up now? Click on the, change the layer, standard layer. On the standard layer, it should show up in like, acha. When you add names on OpenStreetMap, so do not abbreviate anything. If there is an abbreviation like RD for road, expand it to road. DR for doctor, expand that.
Why is that?
Because software, it's often like it is ST for same or ST for speed should be expanded. So it can be ambiguous. And software can shorten the thing easily, but expanding it is more complicated. So we always add the expand the abbreviation. The exception is when, for example, CV Raman Road. Now people will say CV Raman Road. They won't even know what CV stands for. So in that case, it's okay to write CV. Okay, everyone's added points. Everyone's practiced adding points. Okay, let's move to lines. Where we can try adding some lines. So yeah, let's have a look here. I see a missing road here. So I will click on line. I'll click on the existing road which is going here. And click. And once I'm done, I'll just press enter. Now I've created a line, but I need to add tags. So what kind of road is this? This is a minor road. Then this is a residential road. Residential road. And that's it. We got a road now. I clicked on the element, feature type. I can click that again to change it. So if I want like a bigger road, I can choose one of these, or residential road. You can also add the maximum speed of a road if you know the speed limit there. These things you can add. If you want to add a speed breaker to a road, for example, you can click on point, click on the road, and selecting the point, I'll write bump, speed bump. That's it, speed bump added. So try adding lines, try adding a line. You can undo your changes with Control Z, or there's a undo button at the top. it's correct, it will stay there. If something changes, someone will update it.
Okay. But it's a public.
Yeah, it's used by people all over the world.
So can we get that information using API?
Yes.
It's possible, right? So
did you see the links I shared earlier?
no.
Just take pictures of these. So these are some applications which you can use.
Do they give us an API, like a REST API kind of stuff?
Yes.
Okay.
Most of the time you don't actually want the exact data. You want the data rendered as a tile. Right. So and there are tile services for that, or if you have a lot of volume, then you can self-host the tiles.
I have used this leaflet. So, but it's like rendering on top of the map, right? It is not like getting the data from the OSM.
It's leaflet is like a rendering library, right? It will render any kind of tiles you give it.
Okay.
So,
Thanks.
yeah, so you can again tiles use a service or self-host. It's up to you what you are rendering with leaflet. So, did you get it?
Yeah.
Okay, so these are some applications. These I will be covering tomorrow in the mapping party tomorrow. There's one tomorrow at in Pondi Bazaar. So we'll cover these there, and this is the one we are trying today. And if you want to like study the source or improve these applications, here are the repository links. And lastly, if you want to use OSM in your website, these are the links to look at. So everyone's tried adding lines now. Everyone's tried adding some roads or sidewalks or something. You can also add pipelines, drains, all these things you can add as lines.
There is like one service called like GeoServer that is open source. You can self-host it, and from there like you can use it as like an API. But these maps are leaflet or something like you can render on top of it. You can give latitude, longitudes or points or like GeoJSON points, which is having like what you mentioned like line points and area. So you can render on top of those maps. But if you want to use like an API to get the roads details, length of the road or the trench, you can use GeoServer.
And GeoServer? GeoServer?
GeoServer, like I mean, it's purely based on like OSM. So this one, it's loading. First time. This one you can self-host and you can just use it like an API.
So will it have the live information in?
No. Live in the sense like.
Not the daily one, right?
No. That much and all it won't be there. So eventually updated. It won't be like live, but eventually updated. Maybe like a month old or something, but it will. This one.
Okay. Everyone's familiar with lines now? anyone who has not tried adding lines here?
Okay. You are. It has to be the number of marked lanes. Like it has to be marked 2, 3 lanes.
So lastly, let us have a look at areas. Actually, let's try adding some buildings. Can anyone find some missing buildings? Let's talk about. So like what we call terminus is like bus stop is somewhere you wait for a bus in OSM terms, and there is a bus station on OSM, which is like ISBT, right? Many buses start and stop there, right? It's pretty big. That's a bus station, and what we call bus stand sometimes in India. And then you have depots, which is where people don't actually go inside. They are not allowed to go inside. That's a third kind of object on OSM. That has a different tag. Land use equal to depot. Okay, so I have a lot of unmapped buildings in this area, right? So how do I map them? I click on area, trace the roof of the building. Right. Now I'll click enter. Building, and I can square this area by pressing Q. It made it perfectly square, like rectangular. And now I will press M to move this building to the base. I trace the roof, but I am moving it to the base of the building. Right? I traced the roof. Now I'm moving it to the base. So now the building is mapped. And now you can try doing the same thing. Again, I'll show you. Press 3 for area, or just click on area. Trace the roof. Once you're done, press enter, select building. Press Q to square the building, and press M to move it down to the base. Like this. Try. Sorry. Because we are looking at the satellite is not perfectly on top of the building. We are looking at from the side. So the roof looks like it's here, but like the building looks like it's here. The roof is slightly forward from the base. Similarly, like if you look at this road, if I
Or don't add from Google Maps, please. I'm not allowed to look at Google Maps to add in. I'm not even Google Street View.
But that is like one of the way, right? Isn't it?
No.
In-house.
It's a copyright violation.
Yeah.
If the OSM community finds out, they'll remove your data.
No, I got suggestion from
What?
அதான் கூப்பிட்டாங்கண்ணா
basically make a point. So, yeah, selecting on this because the signal affects traffic coming from here, not traffic. Traffic coming this way, not traffic. That's it's okay.
Coming
all
from
the
here
traffic.
and coming from here.
Can't move it.
We usually go with
in terms like what is legally allowed, we'll stay to that. If like a road says one way and people use both ways, still we'll write one way on OSM.
It will appear there also. Press Control Shift R to Acha. Oh. These are holiday apartments. Tourism to the apartments for holiday apartments. When you get to rent a whole flat. And if you want to building equal to apartment, not tourism. This node should be actually. Actually, you can add another area for quality. Just leave log here.
Let me try it on my laptop once. So, single, copy that, paste it. Yep, pasting the traffic signals is a little tricky. It's trying to avoid that it doesn't let you create it outside the way. But it's also not pasting it correctly.
No, it's when it's working like when you paste it outside and move it inside the road, it's turning into a traffic.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But it's not highlighting road. For us, it's highlighting road. It's highlights.
I don't use this editor a lot. It's actually a very low level road, so that's probably why it's not accepting. So, our time is up. We didn't have a lot of time today. So, I would ask you to join. Like today, you just like touched up on the very basics of this. And we have OpenStreetMap online mapathons each month, where you can learn more about how to edit, more about how to use OSM also. So see, every first Saturday of each month you can join, right? And yeah, I'll send you. I'll let you know when something's coming up. Since I have your username, I can send you a message on OSM. Cool. Thank you all, and I hope to see you at the mapping party tomorrow. And yeah, please bring your friends or whoever you want. Thank you.
Do we need to install like any apps? Any apps?
We'll do that tomorrow. You can install Street Complete, Maps, Map Complete. Otherwise, we'll do it.